reload on that one.
Oh, cool. Like, I don't know how to, like, all my school team crap is just part of my Gmail. I don't.
That's what I was wondering at, where are the presentations?
They're on, so she added us to the Schoology.
Oh, that's what you're saying, like, I have no idea what my password is?
Yeah.
Well, look, open up your Google Passwords then. On here?
Which is where?
Just, in the thing, just type, just search Google Passwords. Google saved passwords or something.
Did you need these? I'm gonna give you.
Yeah, I don't have anything, and
Yes.
also, I'm supposed to log into this computer,
I know.
apparently.
You can do either, to be honest.
Well,
I
there's
really
like
don't.
4 things. I don't know if
I had to
unplug
log in.
these if they'll, cause I have everything.
I know.
Okay, so I just have to log in here then and find Schoology? Cause it doesn't even have the.
Cause this is just a charger, that's it.
Which I don't, oh, which I do need.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's the same
And this
one.
is just to the
I don't
mouse,
think this is
so
the
you're
same.
fine. I think it is, I'm pretty sure. I'll try this. All
Right,
of these
what-
can be rehooked up
Oh, okay,
if
this
you
is-
need it. This is like
I'd
a.
rather,
Yeah, no, for sure.
Okay.
Do you want the mouse or no? Do you need it?
Just was like,
No, I know.
what was this one?
And then this one is.
I know that, one of those has to be for the clicker.
Yeah.
And that must be to there. Do I don't think I have one of those on mine.
I think.
Is that what this is?
That, yeah.
Okay. I'm not very techy.
I'm not either.
Don't break it.
No, honestly.
Do you know how to get the yellow cord out?
Oh,
Do you have to press
there's
this
like a
or
little
pull
flip
that?
thing to press in first.
Oh, you have to press in?
Like,
No,
towards-
please do it.
Yeah, let's try.
Please, Mr. Sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Of course, what is that like an Ethernet cord?
I think,
Yeah,
doesn't it-
it's
Oh,
more like
to-
an
the
HDMI
projector is that.
thing. There we go.
Okay, what's the
Oh.
projector?
This, for me, it's
Oh,
right,
okay.
my computer.
Oh, yeah.
Projector,
But he's doing it through VV, so I'm gonna have
Oh.
to exit out of this
Oh,
VV.
jeez.
Do you have VV?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna get out of this VV and you can cook in. So I just got
Okay,
out.
oh, and I need the clicker thing too.
Yeah, I don't know if the
I don't know
yellow
how to
thing
do
is.
VD because I don't use it.
Oh, it's.
So you're plugged in there, we only need VV.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think we just totally screwed, you know.
No, 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 you're fine, you're totally fine.
Well, it should just be showing up, right? That's not, oh, then, yeah.
Blue.
Restart required, cool, no, I'm not doing that. Let's see, okay, alright. Make sure that.
And then. That's your number one.
Buttons to provide save. Sweet, so it's folder, graphics,
I'm gonna shut this. If things will let you have this, but I think it'll be better with that, like you said.
Here?
That's the one he
Oh,
gave
okay.
for this specific.
But I already have it all up and all my passwords and everything. I didn't know how, I didn't wanna spend time trying to figure out my password.
Alicia writing the note cards.
No, it's just, no, I'm already ready, it's just like reading the quotes.
Oh,
So I was like, I should probably have the quotes at least written down, but
I should send
I also
my
have
stuff
to like
around.
walk up to the screen and like say, is that Sunday? I just can't read the quotes myself, so.
Erin, like 4:51.
Yeah, probably fancy dressed.
Thank you, you as well.
Thank you, that's better. It's like one piece too, like. doesn't
Oh, wow.
matter.
Oh, wow. Okay, cute.
How's that feel?
Oh, yeah. I think I can just stretch or something. Yeah, we're gonna, for the race, we can, yeah, assist. So we don't have a podium, but we do have a people. Nice. I'm gonna be concerned with how I'm standing, right, because with the podium, I was like, my legs were in it, and I was like.
That's so true.
In second position. This is how I
Were you guys told you only had one question from judges?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, ladies. Good. Mrs. Gray, you doing good?
Yeah, good now.
It's great with the tacos. Very nice.
Oh, my, my Birkenstocks just like totally broke into pieces, so,
No.
yeah. Super cool.
I got my Birkenstocks in seventh grade, and I can't break them in. So they just like hurt every time I wear them, so I never wear them. But I do the thing to get broken in. Exactly. I don't know how to break them. To make it not hurt my arm. I'm still looking, I have my chocolates from, like, my black and white ones. Those will fit. And I got my black and white ones. Yeah. Same with my chocolates, I have red ones. It's gonna break my presentation. That's what happens, so. Oh no. I looked my shoes to get my graduates, they were so cute, they were like a calla lily strap. And I went to them and they were like, okay, this will get here between June 3rd and June 12th. And I was like, oh. It's like, I wish I had done that. Instead, I just like never replied. And I was like, top of the page reloaded, so I was trying to type, and I was like, well, that's all filled. I'm honestly just surprised when we got screen crash.
Hello. Hello. This is your first time, right?
Yes.
Okay, this is the easier rubric for your first time. This is the more accurate rubric.
Okay.
But you can do either.
I did look through both of them. I guess I don't need this, huh? I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick.
Okay.
And I'll-
Did Emily ever get her license before she went to savings? Okay, no way to tweet. I think, yeah, if I get pulled over and told. Oh, it's expired?
Can I test the clicker?
Yes, yeah. You do always typically have a minute or two before to do that too.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, hello. Yes, let's see, or no, this is the easier one, I guess the more accurate one, but there's not. No, I'm doing all of these at least, so that they'll all be minutes. So you're welcome to do this, because it's pretty simple. So you can do 0.5, so you can circle in the middle, or 3, 4. The biggest thing to remember is that they have been preparing for this, really, since ninth grade, they say like, hey, you should start saving contracts, but for the last 6 months, they have practiced, they have prepped, they've reviewed, they've revised, so don't lose. Okay.
Oh,
And then, oh, perfect, thank you, okay.
These people, why do they stutter?
Well, and yeah, you can keep track of like how many items of life. I mean, keep track of it, like, very rare, like in this class, our speakers the yeah, got a good batch in this room. And then we get one question. Normally each judge gets to ask the question. Yeah, there's a question. They're right here. I don't know if, like, if you, I guess I'll say, this is your only one time. Okay, okay, good.
I'm not a public speaker, there's a reason I teach in Chicago. I hate talking in front of adults and I would consider seniors.
well, she didn't tell us.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool.
Saturday.
Yeah, but we have, we're so crunched. We have like 2 minutes.
This is the first presentation today.
At 10:15, yes, yeah. Otherwise it would be, yeah. Just if you send me an email, but just so you know, we can do 4/5s. But we have heavily prepared when we usually on that.
This is great, you're good to go.
What?
You're good to go?
Okay, yes, yeah, yeah. And then timing wise, I'll take care of that, so you don't need to worry about that. It is part of the.
So you would prefer us do this? I don't know if this one here, it's your,
No, it's 2 people, you won't have time. You can pick one. I like, this team, let's do at least one of these for every student and have me, so if you would rather do either one. go
I think
for
I'm gonna do this for the first one at least and then,
That's fine. Yeah.
and then this is just.
Okay, Alicia, do you wanna come practice the clicker? Really quick? Okay. It's right there. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, technically you have 1 minute now.
Three. The only one question is to ask.
So if you want, I can just ask one.
Cause I'll be in here with you for 3 minutes.
Not during a presentation. So. Oh, okay. Shocker. Love him. Okay. Yeah, he can still, technically people can enter, like once they hear applause, then people could come in and out.
Also, were we allowed to comment also?
Yeah, I think so. Wasn't told otherwise.
We were told we were allowed to.
Okay, then there you go. All right, you've got 30 seconds, so take 30 seconds, deep breaths. You've got this.
I'm ready. Good morning, judges. My name is Alicia Grundy, and this is my senior project presentation. The extended metaphor I will be using is writing with a fountain pen. So if you've ever written with a fountain pen, you might know there are 3 major components. Filling the pen with an ink cartridge, holding the pen at an appropriate angle against the page, and applying the right amount of pressure in order to achieve a constant flow of ink. Each of these components of writing with the fountain pen can be compared to my high school journey. So the first standard I will be discussing is English under the ideal of growth. The first artifact is titled The Ethics of Euthanasia. This was an essay we were asked to write our 11th grade year, and it was called a Rogerian essay. If you guys have ever done a Rogerian essay, it's where you're expected to try and reach a compromise or some sort of middle ground between 2 drastically opposed sides to a very controversial issue. And all the while, you're supposed to keep the author's true opinion somewhat obscure. I found keeping my true opinion somewhat obscure because I honestly did not know where I stood on this issue. Euthanasia is also known as doctor-assisted suicide and involves very sticky situations. For example, euthanasia can also be applied to or defined as like refusing life-prolonging treatment, allowing a suffering patient to take a lethal dose of medicine, allowing, for example, an infant with severe health complications to go without life-prolonging treatment, or allowing someone to pull the plug on a ventilator of a coma patient. So these are very sticky situations of which I had never been thought about before prior to this assignment, and so it was a great opportunity for me to be presented with a real world issue that I'd never entertained before and be asked to define my worldview. True to the mission statement of Compass Public Charter School, it aims to teach its students to define and defend a worldview. And so for the same way, when you're using an ink cartridge in a fountain pen, the ink that you have to have ink in the pen before you can actually put words on the page. I needed to have an opinion, I needed to have thoughts of my own, I needed to define my worldview before I was able to come up with a compromise to write this assignment. And this is a quote from it. It says, "Nurses should not be forced to prescribe lethal medication, assuming this violates their moral convictions. Therefore, to prevent violating the rights of either conscience or either party, euthanasia should only be completed through passive measures if allowed by the patient." So this quote shows that I was successfully able to come to some sort of conclusion, to find some sort of place where I stood on this controversial issue. The second artifact I'll be discussing is Blake's poetry. We were asked to write 2 different poems mimicking William Blake's style of poetry, where he would write 2 different anthologies of poems, both discussing similar topics but written towards different audiences. So he had an anthology he published that was written towards a more infantile audience, kind of like lullabies to children, and he would do the same thing written towards a more adult audience, but he would discuss similar issues, so it was interesting to see the comparison. So we were asked to do the same thing. We were asked to write 2 different poems about the same topic, but addressed to different audiences. And I think this assignment is a great example of recognizing that those that you surround yourself with, the content you consume online, and the people that you're friends with will influence what you write. For the same reason, the color ink you choose to put in a cartridge or in a fountain pen, the quality of the ink and the brand of the ink will impact the words on the page. The books I read throughout high school impacted what I wrote on my assignments. For example, one of the books I read throughout high school was the book of Ecclesiastes. It's one of the 66 books of the Bible, and it is about the futility of life apart from a higher being. It talks about very existential issues, and I really enjoyed the book. And I think this is a good example of allowing books to impact you and change what you write, because I quoted it in my assignment. I quoted saying, "A few flies makes the perfumer's oil stink, so a little foolishness is weightier than wisdom." So the color of ink you put inside of a pen will impact the words on the page, the same way the books you read and the content you consume will impact your worldview. The second standard I'll be discussing is my senior paper. We were asked to write a 10 to 15 page paper on a choice topic that was problem solution oriented. problem solution oriented style essay. And the standard is under the ideal of achievement. The title of my essay was God, a well-founded belief in antidote to suicidality epidemic. So I'm going to roll back a few minutes, not minutes, but roll back to junior year, because this was an essay written senior year. And junior year, May of 2024, I chose to write an essay called Evidence for the Existence of God. This was for fun. This was just a summary of my own little existential crisis I had around sophomore year. And so I summarized all the reasons I believed in higher being. Both scientific is pretty straightforward, at least in my mind. I just listed out the reasons, scientific reasons, and I listed out the moral, philosophical reasons for why I believed in this. It's another example of learning to define my worldview. So as you can see, this is a little clip of the title of one of the drafts I wrote. It's dated of May of 2024, so we're almost a year removed from that now. And I chose to work smarter, not harder, and I asked my British literature teacher, hey, can I use this assignment for my senior project paper? She said, yes, you may, but you must make it problem solution oriented in order for it to be in line with the rubric requirements. And so I needed to adjust the angle to which I approached this issue. If you guys have ever used a fountain pen, you know that there's a sweet spot to where it is writing best. My understanding is it's between 45 and 55 degrees. You're not supposed to hold a fountain pen at 90 degrees or at 20 degrees. It needs to be at the right angle in order to be successful. So for the same reason, I needed to change the angle to which I approached the writing on this assignment in order for me to be successful. It needed to be less of a list of reasons, but more of a problem solution oriented thing. And so I started changing the angle to which I approached my research, and I found out that not only is there evidence for this belief that I came to believe in, but also that it has a lot of positive benefits on a person's mental health. I found that belief in God increases the practice of gratitude, increases a person's sense of purpose, both of which are also huge antidotes to the suicidality epidemic worldwide. So by changing the angle to which I approached my research, I was able to write a more effective essay and fulfill rubric requirements. Here is a quote of some of the nuanced benefits of belief in God as well. While not all people search for meaning from a higher being, the like-mindedness of a common belief within a community strengthens a sense of purpose, further fortifying against depression and suicidality. Religiosity generally has also been shown to increase a sense of gratitude. The second artifact I'll be discussing is just page 3 of this assignment. I thought this page was a good example of not only changing the angle to which I approached my research, but also changing the angle to which I actually wrote it. Now I needed to fulfill rubric requirements by making it problem solution oriented and also demonstrating that I had literary skills in my back pocket. So here you can see I quoted using a block style quote. I also introduced a quote with a colon and also had a couple of embedded quotes. So I demonstrated literary capability as well as the ability to write a problem solution oriented essay. The third standard I'll be discussing is growth mindset under the ideal of achievement. The first artifact being chapter 4 of my calculus test. So going back to 8th grade actually, the summer of 8th grade and the year and throughout freshman year, I chose to take a math class online. That was really difficult for me, but it ended up putting me on a year ahead of the traditional trajectory for math class of the Compass program. And that put a lot of pressure, especially coming junior year, because when junior year rolled around, that was my heaviest year in terms of workload, and I was also in calculus class. And calculus class, my teacher describes it as diving deep in a submarine because it's very complex and it was a really difficult class for me. If you guys have ever used a fountain pen, you might know that you have to apply a certain amount of pressure to the page in order to be successful. If you don't apply enough pressure, the words won't come out clearly. If you apply too much pressure, it's also not good as well. So this was an example, this was a class that put me under pressure, and I think it could be a healthy amount of pressure that actually helps you achieve something. The same way deadlines can help build discipline, I found that pressure, a healthy amount granted, can help build performance. As you can see, actually this was one of the tests I took approaching the end of calculus class, and I think it's a good example of how, although this class was achievable for me, I was capable of getting the grade I wanted, it wasn't going to be easy. For the first standard, you can see I got a 4, but for the second standard, I got a 1. So there was still room for improvement. It was still a difficult class, even though it wasn't unachievable. I wouldn't have known if I was capable of doing this if I wasn't put in that stressful situation to begin with. The second artifact I will be discussing is called my DAR essay. Senior year, I was nominated by a few of my teachers to participate in a scholarship opportunity. DAR is an acronym that stands for Daughters of American Revolution. And so I was asked to participate, I was nominated to participate in a scholarship opportunity, and I was given a prompt and given a 2-hour window to write a 500-word maximum essay. So this was the essay I was given, and writing this essay obviously had some pressure because there were time limitations, and also I wanted to perform well for the people that had nominated me. They had the opportunity to nominate one female senior from the Compass class, so I wanted to do well for the people that thought I could be successful with this. This also put me under pressure in another way, because later one of the organization people asked me to present a portion of my essay towards an audience I had never met at a place that I had never been. I feel much more comfortable talking to people that I'm at least slightly familiar with, or at a place such as Compass that I've been to before, but going to a strange location was very new for me, and also presenting to an audience that I had never met before was also kind of stressful. But I found that if I wasn't put under this pressuring situation, I might not have ever known that I was capable of it. So here you can see that's the highlighted portion that I presented at this meeting that I was asked to attend, and ultimately I ended up tying for second in the scholarship application. So I was really happy that I got to perform a little bit there. And so yeah, I think both of these assignments are good examples of how pressure is not always bad, the same way deadlines can help build discipline. And I've come to appreciate some of the stresses of life. So as you can see, 3 different components of writing with a fountain pen are paralleled with my high school journey. Putting an ink cartridge into a fountain pen is such as this can be compared with defining my worldview. Holding the pen at a perfect angle to the page is just learning to approach things at the right angle in order to be successful. And then also I've learned that pressure and deadlines are not always bad, but can actually be beneficial in life. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Just one. You mentioned one book that had an impact on your life. What's one more?
One more book.
Maybe
I read a
throughout
book.
high school.
Yeah, I read a book in forensics class for an assignment that we had, and it was titled Inside the Criminal Mind. And it was really interesting. It was a man that had interviewed thousands of criminals, I think it was thousands, and he had come to approach the whole psychology behind criminal behavior entirely different than the traditional standard way that people approached criminal behavior, and he was exploring an alternative way of helping people heal from that. And I thought that was really, really interesting because, for example, what you think about criminal behavior will impact the policies you vote on for what you think should happen in a prison, for example. So I found that will impact my future decisions in a political sense. I really enjoyed that book. It was interesting.
Good. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Good job.
my name is Liberty Alger. I've been at Compass for 5 years, but I just really want to reflect on my just the last 4 years for high school. So I really think that if anything could describe how my experience has been in my high school career in just general, it was really similar to joining the volleyball team and just playing with the team and just how you go about that. And so one of the first things that you're going to want to do when you're looking to join a volleyball team is you want to prepare to demonstrate your skills and attitudes at a team tryouts. So it's really important that you prepare yourself both mentally and physically because you want to set yourself up for success. So one of my favorite ways to set myself up for success when I'm going to a tryouts is by having a growth mindset. So growth mindsets allow you to make mistakes and embrace them as opportunities for improvement instead of viewing them as failures that undermine your confidence. So over my high school career, I've made many mistakes and have had many negative mindsets that have caused me to feel like I failed or wasn't skilled enough. Taking a step back and having a growth mindset really helped me to see that I'm still constantly growing and improving even today. And so one time that I needed to have a growth mindset was in my freshman year art class when I created a stylized self-portrait. So art has never been really something that is inside my comfort zone. I wouldn't really say that I was good at it. I've definitely showed my creative tendencies in different ways. And so when we were challenged to create this specific assignment, I wasn't really excited because I knew that it was going to be on display for everyone to see, and I was just a freshman, and so I didn't really have a lot of confidence, and I was like, I don't want people to make fun of me. And so obviously at the end of the day, this isn't really something that I want to have in like a museum or on display for everyone to see, but I really think that it's a good way that shows that I was able to have a growth mindset because I really had to push through the negative mindset that I had around this whole assignment. And so overall, I was just really proud of the effort that I put in with my time management, my constructive drawing, and that I was just able to have a growth mindset. And so another time that I had to have a growth mindset was in my sophomore year when I took Psych 140, which is also known as Human Relations. So we were tasked with creating a signature assignment. And so basically the signature assignment was just this really big presentation where we took two different characters from movies and we were comparing and contrasting them and all of their like psychological traits and just saying which different personalities that they would fit into just with psychology. And so at first, I really didn't put a lot of effort into this. And so when I got this feedback sheet, which was before we turned in the assignment, I got a lot of comments such as I needed to add more depth and complexity, wow, I had no conclusion slide at all, and that I was using a different font and had no citations. And so because I was able to have a growth mindset while I was doing this assignment, I didn't take this feedback negatively, and I was able to fix my presentation and get a good grade in the end. And so just like in volleyball tryouts, having a negative mindset really just makes you hyper-focused on everything that you're doing wrong. And instead of realizing how much you're able to grow when you make mistakes, and how much you'll also be able to grow when you have a growth mindset. So this connects to the ideal of making connections because a growth mindset is something that I'm gonna be able to take with me to my future college career, to my family, to my future kids, just to really anywhere that I go as I'm moving on. And so moving on from growth mindset and tryouts, the next step that you want to take in volleyball is practicing with your team and on your own. And so practice allows you to just grow your skills and confidence through consistent effort, hard work, and embracing challenges. It teaches you to have better habits and to be resilient. And so one of the classes that I feel like I showed the most growth in during my high school career was definitely English. So in my freshman year, I took honors English, and we were, for one of our finals for a unit when we were reading Romeo and Juliet, we were tasked to create a argumentative essay where we were basically saying who we thought was responsible for the deaths of Romeo and Juliet. So you could pick that it was really Romeo and Juliet, or maybe that it was the priest who married them, or maybe that it was their parents, or maybe that it was just any really side character, and then you just have to have evidence on different, that would just support your reasoning. And so, due to my limited understanding in my use of transitions, I ended up using very basic transitions. And so some of the transitions that I actually used in this were to begin, next, and in conclusion. So these are all very basic because I didn't really know anything about having nuanced transitions or integrating them into my writing. And so later during my junior year, when I took English 101 and 102, we were taught a lot of different ways that we could integrate quotes, that we could integrate transitions, and that we could just make our full essay nuanced as a whole. And so because I was able to practice this in so many different kinds of essays, like argumentative essays and informational essays and narrative essays and just all the different kinds of styles, I was able to grow in my use of transitions. And so this specific essay was a teddy bear essay where we were given a whole bunch of different close reads, where we would close read it and then we would use the information on the close read to support an informational essay. And so I decided to do the history of teddy bears for mine. And so some of the transitions that I used in this one were John Green begins his essay with a surprising statement, and the author provokes emotional reactions from his readers by. So as you can see, these were definitely a lot more nuanced and more complex than just to begin and next. And so even since completing that informational essay, I've continued to improve my use of transitions, and even now my English skills are continuing to improve. So both of these artifacts connect to growth because I was able to put in consistent effort and hard work and embrace new challenges and integrate them into my writing and English skills. So just like practicing in volleyball, the more that you practice a skill, the better you're gonna get at it. And so the more I practice my English skills, the better I was able to get at them. So going back to what I said about how practice is done by both yourself and as a team, the same can be said about growing in any of your classes. Having peers around you really helps you to improve your skills. So some skills are better learned in a group, but you as an individual need to take that growth and apply it to your everyday life. And so after you've officially joined the volleyball team and practiced with them, everything you've been doing is setting yourself up for success by winning a game. So achievement is defined as something done successfully, typically by effort, courage, or skills. I believe that I've achieved in history by showcasing my research and note-taking skills, as well as how much effort I've put into the class as a whole. An example of a time that I achieved in history was in my sophomore year when I did my world history final. We were asked to create an essay outline that asked the question, what time period or event in our world history had the greatest impact on society today and why? So I chose to do the classical era, specifically in places like ancient Greece and Rome, because they contributed to many modern advancements, policies, and even our modern government. This assignment helped me to put all my skills that I learned throughout the year together and show that I was an expert. Some of these skills included researching, creating an outline, coming up with a quality thesis, and coming up with a quality thesis statement. When I got my grade back, I was proud to see that I had achieved a 4. And that because I was able to support my claim with reasoning and evidence. And then 2 years later, in my senior government class, I completed an assignment where I also achieved the highest grade. So there had been times before this that I'd also received 4s in history, but I really felt that this specific assignment really showed how I not only achieved, but that I also understood what was being taught. And so for this assignment, we were tasked with creating a handwritten essay about America's diverse and polarizing factors. It was an open note essay, which made me need to use my skills of note taking as well as research because I was able to have them in there. And so when I got this test back, I had many annotations on it from Mr. Nelson. So I had stars, which if you know Mr. Nelson, that's a very good thing. He said that I had used brilliant wording, and even at the end of my essay, he said that I did very well and that it was well done. And so unlike the World History Final, this was something where I had to have to prepare myself more in advance. And so I was happy to see that I achieved the 4, and I was also extra proud with all the comments that he left. Also for these classes, I was glad that I had achieved a 4 because they were both for dual credit, which means I was getting good grades not only in high school but also in college. And so knowing that I could achieve good grades taking a college class while I was still in high school really made me feel like I could achieve anything that I put my mind to. And so I was able to use the skills and all the skills that I learned to come for a win for myself. And so just like in volleyball, once you practice all of your skills, then you're able to achieve a win for yourself. So overall, my experience at Compass has prepared me not only for academic success, but also for the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Just like in volleyball, every serve, pass, and play is built into the final score. In my academic career, every challenge, revision, and effort has added up to something even greater, a clear reflection of how far I've come. Compass has helped me see that a mindset matters, that growth doesn't just happen from a chair, and that I can achieve things that I never thought possible. And because of that, I believe that I'm now ready to face what's next with resilience, purpose, and confidence. Thank you, and I'd love to answer your questions.
Okay, so it sounds like you learned a lot in your time at Compass. What would be advice you would give to an incoming freshman?
I would definitely just tell them to, I don't know, like looking back, these 4 years have gone just so fast, and I know that like, I kind of took them for granted, like a lot of like effort that I didn't put in, and that I would definitely tell them that it is worth putting in that effort because I've grown just so much academically that like before I even came to Compass, like I was just at like a public school, and so I really feel like just Compass has allowed me to just achieve so much. And as I look at my peers who don't go to Compass and they all go to like public schools, I really just see that they don't put as much effort into things, and that they just don't really care as much about achieving good grades or anything. And so that going into college, I just think that really is going to prepare me.
It's gonna make me hungry. Yeah. We do have 3 minutes, so we can test them. Yep. We're supposed to stay on time, just in case people need to come in. Well, hello again.
I'm sorry for this. I could have closed it. I got caught in construction.
Oh, no, next.
is, my name is Lorelei Kerr. I have gone to Compass since the 1st grade. And today I will be telling you about my past 4 years of high school at Compass and how the journey of that was a lot like Thanksgiving Day. So within that, I have 3 parts to it that I chose out, while there are a lot of parts that go back to Thanksgiving Day that could have connected back. I did prepping the meal and getting the materials together, then actually making it, and then the actual enjoyment of the meal at the end when you're looking back at all your hard work. And so my first standard is growth mindset, and I'm using my freshman and junior Spanish classes for that, and I'm connecting it back to the ideal of so what, or why that matters, and I'm connecting this back to my metaphor of gathering materials and prep for Thanksgiving Day. So my first artifact is my freshman year Spanish growth table, where within that we had to take 5 to 6 minute time test of where you would either write out Spanish words you knew, sentences, or paragraphs if you could. And so throughout the year we would test, and then we would log it on a sheet like this, and so that you could see your growth throughout the year. Now, while it does clearly show that I had growth within the class, I did not enjoy the class, and so I did not apply myself within that. It was a year-long class that I didn't actually want to take, and so I just decided that I was not going to do anything for it, and I didn't really like the class, so I just decided, you know what, I'll just coast by and it'll be fine. Which did happen, and I did coast by and it was fine. But within that, I didn't actually get to learn a lot of Spanish, which is what I wanted to do at the beginning, all due to the fact that I didn't have a growth mindset, and I decided to be very fixed within the fact that I'm like, you know what, I don't want to be here, I don't want to do this, so I'm just going to do what I can. So within that, I didn't have a growth mindset, and it's a lot like if you were to try and make substitutions to a Thanksgiving meal. Where like, yeah, it'll work, you'll be fine, but it's not going to be as good as it could be. And so within that, my junior year, I decided to take the Spanish 2 class to complete my GEM certificate, which I again did not want to take. However, I did decide, you know what, this is going to be a lot of fun. It's only a class of 6 people. We're going to have a great time here. I'm just going to enjoy it. And that is exactly what I did. And so within that, by the end of the year, we all had a great relationship as a class, and I really enjoyed the teacher and everything I learned in it. And so our final was a full presentation in Spanish and then a question seminar afterwards. And so up here is one of the slides from my final, which was a presentation on a time capsule, and so within that I had to have it perfectly conjugated for paragraphs and be able to list them out in good speech of Spanish, so I had to pronounce it perfectly. And I actually did. I was really impressed with myself, I was really happy with how I answered the questions, and overall I just really enjoyed being in it, and I actually wrote about my friends within the class in the presentation that I have remembered to this day. And so with that, I had a lot of growth throughout that overall, but I also learned a growth mindset, which I've never really liked the idea of a growth mindset. I've always thought, you know what, I feel like people do have a stopping point. But I think even just with this class, it kind of proved that no, you don't always have a stopping point. You can keep going past that. And so I just connected that back through my entire high school journey after that, with junior year and senior year being some of my best times in high school, where I decided, you know what, I can do this. And so I learned a lot more about myself. And even though I had a few mistakes with making the meal, I actually did pretty good for it. And so it went well overall for the prep and everything. Now, moving on to math. Math is my second standard, and I'm connecting that back to the ideal of growth, where I really enjoy math. And so throughout time, I've always done really good with it, even through middle school and then into freshman year. However, sophomore year rolled around, and then I had math 3, where I was kind of scared for, because I'm just like, am I going to do good in this? Is this a good teacher? I didn't really know Miss Gregg, who was my teacher for that year. And so I'm just like, you know what, it'll just be like the previous years. It'll be fine. I can just coast by. I can do this. However, as we can see, I did not. I was having 2.5s and 2s at the end of the year, which is not something that I strove for. I really wanted all A's, which I've done for the most part. However, I did end that semester with a B, which I didn't like. And so I'm just like, well, what can I do differently? Maybe actually study for the tests. That is what you can't do differently. And so I went through that entire year, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to try and study for these tests. But seeing that I never had to do that before with math classes, I never knew how to. And so I had to go through trial and error where I'm just like, can I just study 10 minutes before the test and see if it goes well? No, you can't. Can I do this a couple days before and study? Maybe you're gonna do a little bit better. Okay, you know what, let me get help from the teacher. Okay, a little bit better. And so with that, that's where I'm making the meal, and I was trying to, again, make substitutions. You know what, maybe I could just skip this part of the meal, nobody will care. No, they'll care, it'll be important. And so from that, I went into pre-calculus and then calculus. And in pre-calculus, I learned the way I need to study is to sit down for 6 hours in a day and just do math. And just go through with it, and I need to meet with the teacher, and all of that combined made a great part of the meal where when I moved into calculus, as we can see, I did, at the start of the year, I was doing okay because it was calculus, which is a very difficult class, but within that, by the end of the year, I was getting 3.5s and 4s. And after that, I don't have it updated on here, but at the end of the year, we took a test that was extremely hard, and it was a couple of weeks ago, and within that, I got 4s and 3.5s for most of my grades, and my teacher took me aside and told me she was really proud of me because on top of that, I had finished 30 minutes early, which also scared me because I was like, oh, did you actually do the math? Are you sure about this? And so overall, I had a lot of growth within that because I had learned that I can't just learn the materials, I need to learn how to study it and how to actually understand fully. And so I had growth with that understanding of math, but also with that understanding areas of all school, which will last with me throughout life, because throughout life, even though you're not in school, you're gonna need to study for things and you're gonna have full understanding, which is like making the meal where I can't make shortcuts, I need to just do it fully. And so my last standard is English, which connects back to the ideal of mastery, where I am enjoying the finished product. However, I have never actually really enjoyed English because I have a math brain and I enjoy knowing the exact answer to anything. And so I never really decided, okay, again, I'm just gonna coast by and see if I can do this. So with that, I didn't really want to do much in it, but our teacher, Miss Stevens, brought up we were going to be doing a satirical writing based on Mark Twain's Shakespeare essay, where Mark Twain wrote an entire about 10-page essay on why he thought Shakespeare was not real. And it was incredibly sassy with attitude and all, and if you know me, I have a very large attitude, and that usually shows through in my writing. But this time, you got to choose a topic for your satirical writing, so I chose one of my favorite TV shows, The Kardashian Family, where I wrote I think about 4-page essay. The limit was 2 to 3 pages, but I had more to say on the Kardashian family and why they were so great. And I went back to the 2000s, which I love, and I got to write all about the Paris Hilton family versus the Kardashian family. And so within that, I had mastery because I've never been a creative person, never really liked it, but I got to use exactly what I love, which is appalling reality TV shows, and I learned how to enjoy writing in English. So again, when senior year rolled around, I wrote another satirical writing, going back to the Canterbury Tales, where the Canterbury Tales are about different careers and how they were a bit atrocious in the time, and you couldn't really see anybody's good morals within that. And so I thought, okay, what am I gonna do for this assignment? She wants us to write about a career, make it really satirical again, but I don't really have a career I wanna do. However, I do like the Utah moms, and so I again got to write another satirical essay on something that I love and something I would one day like to be. And so I decided to take everything that was over the top and satirical, all of my knowledge, and put it directly into this assignment, to which I received a 4 on, like my Shakespeare writing that I did before. And so I just put my all into it, and she could really see that, and she was like, hey, I'm really proud of you, and this is really different for you because you never asked me to change an assignment for you. But with this one, you did really good. I'm just like, oh, thank you. And so overall, I really enjoyed these assignments. I still love them. I'm very proud of them. I would love to try and write something like this again, and I was just really enjoying the meal at this point, where I had finished this product, I had put my all into it, and at this point, I'm just enjoying high school. And we're just like, you know what, maybe this isn't so bad. And so overall, I had a lot of growth in all my areas of high school and throughout time, and I really enjoyed it. And even though some of it was hard and some of it may have been not as enjoyable at times, I really enjoyed my journey and I'm really gonna miss it. And I'm really thankful for my experience, and I had a great meal even though it was really difficult. So thank you, and I will now welcome questions.
Yeah, I'm interested based on how you said when you just were referring to Utah moms and you said I want to be one. Like, where do you see yourself in 5 years from now?
Ideally, even though it's a bit controversial, I would like to, I'm going to get my accounting degree and I'm going to work in finance, but in 5 years, I would honestly just love to be a stay-at-home mom and just have my kids and everything and have that cute little life with an SUV and 4 kids maybe. Just, you know, even if I'm good at finance, I would still just, that is my dream.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Got like 4 or 5-ish minutes, so.
I'm up, right?
Yes.
Which?
Have you done so far?
I'm not.
Okay, then just start one. It's the easier one.
Okay, I already printed out, okay.
Yeah.
I printed a bunch out because I didn't
Oh,
know.
have you done this
Okay.
before?
I'm not
Oh,
gonna.
okay.
We won't fill out this one.
I didn't do
This
it.
is reference.
No, if you wanna do this one, you can. I mean, I think you're easier.
Finish this.
I think it's one more session, but this is easier, it's never done. So you like.
I'm gonna do these.
Yeah.
Then I took me to both.
Yeah.
And all those one parts, like, so I'm the one.
Does coloring book count?
Invincible.
What's, how many students did you?
Conquest. Oh, yeah. For a 20-minute presentation. Oh, yeah.
That's why we do 3, so that we have like.
More like soccer.
We have to take all 3 and then give like a class for you.
Gotta stay with it.
Yeah. Remember to 3, if you feel yourself like. Just stop.
Can I have my water up there?
Yeah, that's fine. Did you put that in your time range to get a 7-1?
No. One time when I practiced, I had like a coughing fit.
Oh, well, let's hope that is better. Okay. 2 minutes. Can you close the door, please? 1 minute left.
Sawyer Lee. This is going to be my senior presentation. And I am personally convinced that my 4 years of high school look a lot like frying up some eggs in a cast iron pan. The first step to a crucial, delicious egg is buttering up the pan. We're not using seed oils, we're not using a non-stick pan, we're legit in these parts. We cook a real egg. And to me, this connects to my growth mindset. Because when you butter up a pan, it's a crucial step in the egg cooking process, just like a growth mindset when you're in high school. If you don't butter up the pan, imagine you just drop the egg right in. It's gonna stick, it's not gonna crisp up. The dish is essentially ruined right from the start. It's the exact same with a growth mindset in high school. If you don't have a growth mindset in high school, no matter what, eventually you're gonna face adversity, and that adversity will take you over. But if you have it from the jump, you can consistently be successful, and you can consistently face adversity throughout every single assignment that you face. The first best example of this comes from my Sir Gawain and the Green Knight essay redo. Sir Gawain and the Green Knight is an old, very boring poem that we were forced to read. And as you can see on my essay, I tried to connect it to Christianity, and I got a 3 and a 3.5, which I wasn't too satisfied with. Most students, when they see this, they think it's okay, and I'm not knocking them for that. It's about average of a grade, but I don't want to be average, I want to get the highest grade possible. So being the annoying student that I am, I went to Miss Stevens and I asked if I could redo it. She said yes, and I took it up, and I pretty much completely rewrote the entire essay. It took me multiple hours. But as you can see, she wrote that my thesis was clear and nuanced. That's pretty cool, I guess. It just goes to show that I took her feedback, and I saw that she said, your thesis doesn't really make a strong statement, it doesn't really make sense. And instead of just kind of being like, oh, whatever, I'll just take the poor grade, I actually rewrote it, I actually redid it. And what felt so good about this is I carried this into my later essays, into my senior essay, into an essay I wrote on 12th night. I took this advice and I kept using it. I kept my growth mindset consistently, and it all paid off. She wrote good revision, and she even pointed out that she appreciated my humility. And I finished with 2 4s, which just made me feel really proud, because it was like, I could have taken that 3 and 3.5, but I decided not to, and my work paid off. The next best example comes from a chemistry class I took in my first semester of my senior year. I took this at CWI, and it was a real eye-opener for me, because I saw that many college students and many people way older than me actually don't have a growth mindset, really. I was the youngest one in this class, and I took the exam too, which was a difficult test. And as you can see, there's some tough nomenclature up there. That's just fancy jargon for the naming of compounds. And on the test, I have notes. I knew what I was doing, but I just fumbled it. I freaked out under the pressure, and I got this question wrong, as well as many others. But my professor allowed for us to redo every single incorrect question for half credit back. And so many college students, people way older than me, did not take this opportunity. They just left it. But to me, that's just not my mentality. I want to do as best as I can. So I redid the problem, and you can see I have correct nomenclature there, and it allowed me to get the correct answer. And I went from an 86 to a 94. And so many people look at this and they're like, dude, what are you doing? You had an 86, it doesn't really matter. But to me, it did matter, because I finished with 2 A's in this class. And I was one of very few students to do that, and I was the youngest one there. And it just goes to show, it doesn't matter how old you are, it doesn't matter what task you have in front of you. If you have a growth mindset, if you have the right mentality, you can achieve anything. So it made me very proud that I was able to pull it off in that class. Next, I'll be talking about mastery. To me, this is the most important part of the egg cooking process, and that is, of course, chefing it up. When you're chefing up an egg, that's what shows real skill. That's what shows pizzazz. I guarantee you right now, if I put 2 eggs in front of you, one was cooked by Sawyer Lee and one was cooked by Gordon Ramsay, I'm pretty sure you could tell the difference. That's because there's skill. There's ways to cook an egg properly. You have to focus on temperature. You have to focus on what oils you're adding, what seasoning. You can over or undercook the egg. And that's just like real life. There's tiers, there's skill, there's things that you want to achieve. And my mentality always, when I'm going into school, when I'm going into sports, when I'm going into my career, is I want the highest possible achievement as I can, which is mastery. I expressed this through math, first in pre-calculus. Pre-calculus was one of the toughest classes I took. It was a huge step up from algebra. And as you can see right here, on my cumulative test 6, I'm proving trig identities. And just by taking one glance up there, you can tell it's not a walk in the park. It takes a lot of processes, it takes a lot of planning, it takes a lot of fractions, it takes a lot of canceling. It takes things that aren't something that you just know instantly or that you can just figure out. I had to ask numerous questions, I had to work, I had to study, but I ended up getting that 4 like I wanted to. And many people see this stuff and they're like, oh, great job, you got a 4 on one standard. But that wasn't the case for me. I was able to get an A on my first semester as well as my second semester. And the only way I was truly able to do this was because I kept working, I kept persevering, and I didn't settle for mediocre. I wanted excellence. And that's what separates a good egg versus a bad egg. Just like when I had a nice egg from a restaurant and then when I had my mother's eggs. I'm sorry, Mom. Next up is my cumulative test chapter 5 exam from statistics. And once again, this is a probability section, and I did very well. She noted that you got it, and she even gave me a 4. And this just goes to show that my mastery carries over on multiple planes. Statistics is radically different than calculus. It's much less numerical, it's much more categories, it's much more memorization based, but I didn't let that stop me. And as you can see, I initially worked the problem and I actually had to cross it out and rework it, which just shows my maturity as a student in my opinion. Because no matter what task I have, I know that if I put the effort in, I know I can achieve excellence. And once again, this wasn't just a one opportunity. Semester 1, I finished with an A, and semester 2, my grades were looking very promising with all 4s and just 1 3. And it just goes to show that as a student, you don't have to be mediocre. There's an effort, merit-based side to education that you can utilize to your advantage, and you can get the grades you want. Yes, it's just a number, it's just a letter on a report card, but it bears significance. It's carried into my life, into scholarships, it's carried into my life for my mentality, for what I will carry through my career, and what I will carry into my future. And that's why it's important to me, and that's why as a student, I always strive for all A's. I've done that since I was in 2nd grade. I've always wanted A's. I've always wanted the highest grade possible. Finally, so what? Now I'm gonna take back everything that I just said, because grades don't really matter. In all reality, a 3.5 GPA will get you the same scholarship that I got. So it kind of hit me as a senior. I'm like, dang, I put all that effort in a sense for nothing. Of course it wasn't for nothing, but it finally hit me that there's more to life than just grades on the score sheet. As much as I want to achieve excellence, as much as I want to prove that I can do things at the highest possible level, whether it be in the medical field in the future, whether it be in the soccer field, I'm a soccer player, I always want to show that I can represent excellence. But then it finally hit me that excellence doesn't really matter. Although my parents saw the report card and gave me a nice pat on the back, about 30 seconds later, I didn't care. I'm on pace right now to potentially be valedictorian, and it feels pretty good, but I know when I step off the stage, if I get to do that speech, I won't care probably 30 seconds later. Community service, however, mattered. There was something real behind community service, something that mattered, something that changed people's lives. The first community service that I performed that really hit me was a CUNA Nazarene Friday night sports camp that I performed with my family. In this sports camp, we opened up our back field of our church to all the kids in CUNA, and we allowed to teach them for soccer and flag football. And I ended up doing 6 weekends, which was 18 hours total in this service. And I absolutely loved it. It was one of my favorite things I'd ever done from school in my entire life, because I saw all these kids in my hometown who couldn't afford soccer cleats. They couldn't afford a soccer ball. I'm a kid who's played club soccer my entire life. I've had a new pair of cleats every single year. I'm 18 years old, so that's at least 18, probably 20 pairs of soccer cleats throughout my life. That's insane. These kids would kill just for one pair of cleats. And I got to see them. Here's some pictures of some kids eating some food because we broke bread after. And it finally gave me a perspective that there's more to life than just grades. There's more to life than just excellence. There's kids in my hometown who can't play sports. There's kids in my hometown who are struggling. And it matters to serve these kids. I'm a Christian and my faith is very important to me. And I want to serve others. That matters to me far more than any academic success, far more than any paycheck I could ever get. Seeing these kids' smiling faces hit me that I could do something that actually impacted the world beyond just a letter on a grade. Next was a vacation Bible school skit that I performed, and that's me. I'm Albert, a knight of the square table, looking pretty fresh there. Whoops. And it just goes to show that I finally learned that there's so much more to life. There's so much more that I can offer. If you would have asked me 4 years ago if I would have acted in a skit, I would have told you you were crazy. I don't like acting. I don't like, to be honest, most of the time I don't like children. I'll just keep it real. But I did this. I dressed up like a goofball and acted in front of these kids, and it was awesome. I loved it. It shocked me how much I enjoyed this. And I can look at this. I got pied in the face because they memorized their Bible verses in front of the church congregation. And it was just such a lovely experience. I finally got to use something from this school to see people's lives change. And what hit me the most was that 4 kids gave their life to Christ, 4 little kids. And it reminded me of when I was a child and when I gave my life to Christ, and that changed the trajectory of my life forever. And that's what truly hit me. That I cared so much more that I did this than about any grade, any valedictorian speech, anything I've ever done. This is what will always stick with me for the rest of my entire life. That moment right there with whipped cream in my face and a stupid outfit on. That's what I love. That's what sticks with me. Next time you're at the diner and you got a nice plate of eggs in front of you, I hope you contemplate your life, maybe your marriage, maybe your career. Because there's so much more to it. There's so much that we can get deeper, and there's so much richness we can get out of life. I'm so utterly grateful for what this school has offered me. Much of it I will forget, much of it perturbed me, but I'm grateful for it. And I'm so glad how I developed, I'm so glad how my character has changed, and I know that I have a bright future because of this school. I hope this presentation was excellent. Oh, question?
Sure. Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
I want to become a physical therapist or a doctor of some sorts. I'm deciding between the two with a lot of prayer and a lot of exploration. Part of me wants to become a family doctor because I think more and more in our modern generation, people are getting less ambitious, which makes me think that I can be ambitious and that I can beat people out for that position and that I can do very well. But then part of me wants to own my own clinic, which is also an ambitious feat in physical therapy. So that's where I see myself, hopefully married, hopefully kids. That's probably a little bit further down the line. Eventually I want to do that. Yeah.
Okay, love it. Thank you.
We have, like 4 minutes.
Got it.
So just a second. Call the presentation.
One in a different room.
Oh.
Where do you?
Thank you.
So if you see where I use our phones for a timer? Alright.
Maybe on airplane mode.
Yes.
Not this year, last year.
Just pick one rubric. This one's the easier one.
Oh, I only need one? Yeah.
Just one. And then that one sheet has some pointers. Just fits you again. It's a very even type.
Alright, when am I ready?
Just like another minute.
Got it.
Perfect. Breathe, relax. Make sure you're good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ian Wibbler, and today I'll be connecting my high school experience through Compass to the life cycle of an Amano shrimp. Starting off, I'll be connecting my 2 English artifacts to the ideal of growth. While doing that, I will connect the process of growth to an Amano shrimp forming its shell. My first artifact is my junior year informative essay. My first struggle with this essay was struggling to show the audience why I quoted who I did and why they're a credible source. This first quote I provide, I state, the article Our Blind Spot About Guns, written by Nicholas Kristof, went over a very large debate of modern politics. At this point, all the audience knows is his name. They don't know why they should trust what he's saying or why he's in my essay. The second thing I struggled with was lacking powerful transitions. I used repetition with words like next and also. This repetition of these boring transition words actually makes my writing choppy, and rather than creating a nice flow, it divides these paragraphs. And when writing an informative, you want your introduction to be connected to your body, to be connected to your conclusion, but these words are gonna make them feel like individual pieces. The last thing I struggled with this essay was personal words. Using words like I believe that, I think, and why would I care? Using personal words is gonna change the tone of an informative essay. Your audience is there to be informed with facts and evidence, and you should be keeping your opinions out of it. It takes away from the professionalism of it, and it changes the whole tone of the essay. This I'm comparing to the beginning stages of a monoshrimp shell. They form this shell, and usually they stay in a burrow or a hide because they're not ready to go out with an incomplete shell. My second artifact is going to be my senior year Sir Gawain and the Green Knight essay. As Sawyer says, it's a very boring and slow unit, but this essay was for us to show the comparison between the hunts shown in the book and what we think they represent. The first thing I improved is on my credibility of sources. I state, Alex Petrucci, an English professor at Haverford College, believes that the connections between the characters of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight and the natural world around them is integral to the story. This gives the voice I'm using, it gives it matter, because now we understand that she is an English professor and she's teaching at a high-level college, and it shows what she's adding to my text instead of just saying the author's name. The next thing I improved on is my flow. Instead of starting my conclusion paragraph with in conclusion or to sum things up, to wrap things up, and cutting it off from the rest of the text, I stated, all throughout literature, animals have been used for imagery and representation. Large brooding animals represent fighting warriors. Small prey-like animals used to show vulnerability. No matter the story or the animal, these parallels play an important role in literature. This is going to reconnect what I said in my beginning and in my middle paragraphs to come to a complete conclusion. The last thing I improved on this was my professionalism. Replacing words with like I believe or I think, I instead stated, foxes have always been used to describe a cunning person, someone who's tricky and conniving. They represent a lack of trust or truth. This shows more confidence in my work and leaves out the things like I think or I believe, which takes away credibility and is going to take your audience away from what you're there for. In comparison, this is the point where the shrimp shell is fully formed and it is beginning its first steps out into its environment. It's still unsure, but it has footing. That's why this is growth and not mastery. I still understand that there's work to be done within my English writings, but I have footing of where I can start and begin moving out. Next, I'll be connecting my two science artifacts to the ideal of mastery, as well as connecting the idea of mastery to the shrimp molting its shell. To begin, I have artifact 1, which is my junior year CER. Within the CER, we were supposed to make a claim on what we think the most vital role in keeping ecosystem resiliency within a kelp forest is. To start with my claim, I stated an otter's role in a kelp forest ecosystem. They play the part of a dominant predator, which if removed, could be the deciding factor of complete ecosystem collapse. Right here and then, the audience knows exactly where I'm going with my writing, and it knows exactly what I think. It also transitions into my evidence. For my evidence, I state, kelp is a very sustainable resource when harvested correctly, eaten from the top or sides. But when sea urchin eats the base of the kelp, it leaves behind a dead strand of kelp on the ocean floor. This is going to tie into my claim, showing why I think the otter is important, because it's the urchin's natural predator. It's also going to move directly into my reasoning. For my reasoning, I stated, with no otters to regulate the sea urchin population, they eat all plant life in sight, leaving the small bottom-feeding organisms to starve. Like I said before, the reasoning is meant to tie in your claim and your evidence, and this did this efficiently. I said, overall, this is the beginning of finding mastery. I'm right there. It's not just growth, but I am close to mastery. I'm comparing this to the beginning stages of a shrimp molting its shell. The beginning stages of a mono shrimp molting its shell can take around 5 to 6 days, and they can only do so when they have proper tank requirements and they're fed properly. So that's why I'm talking about my footing with my growth. My second artifact is going to be my junior year CER. This CER was to make the claim that if we believe the average American could benefit from a Hadza tribe member's diet or a fecal transplant. I started out with my claim. I said the average American does not possess this kind of diverse palate. Instead, they consume a large amount of the same preservatives and GMOs in the majority of foods they eat, causing the average American to lack diversity in their gut microbiome. Therefore, I believe that the average American should receive a fecal transplant from a donor Hadza to improve their microbiome and health. This is a very packed and strong claim. The audience immediately knows where I'm headed with my text. Is going to see, I also listed the key points of what I'm going to be talking about, and moves directly into my evidence. My supporting evidence. I stated the average Hadza BMI is 8 points lower, the prevalence of type 2 diabetes is 9% lower, the prevalence of cardiovascular disease is 30% lower, and the prevalence of high blood pressure is a whole 45% less. These are all factors that affect a healthy lifestyle. When writing an English paper or a narrative, you want your audience to be able to find that nuance and search through your writing, but when writing a scientific piece or something informative, you want to present your evidence to them so they can almost just highlight it and have it in the back of their mind. And I believe that this evidence does it well. I present everything, and it's going to tie into my claim of why I believe that Hadza is healthier than American, and it's going to move into my connected reasoning. For my reasoning, I stated, we have normalized the consumption of processed and modified foods. However, in an ancestral standpoint, our bodies thrive with harvested food, and today we could benefit from a Hadza diet. Like prior, my connected reasoning is going to tie together my claim and my evidence properly. I'd say through working to solidify my claims, evidence, reasoning, I have not just found mastery in my CERs, but also in a lot of other parts of my writing, finding almost my writing style and my writing flow. I found more confidence and strength in informative and evidence-based writing than I have in narrative writing. I'm comparing this to the Amano shrimp finally molting its shell, which is leaving behind old habits like I have with growth. Leaving behind old habits and shedding the old skin, being able to move forward stronger than ever. For my last section, I'll be talking about apprenticeship and comparing it to So What, also to an Amano shrimp being able to explore its environment now. For my first artifact, I'll be talking about my apprenticeship request and approval. For my apprenticeship, I wanted to find things that connected all my interests, and I decided to focus on my interest in management or connected to teams with hockey. And I reached out to Chris Pastel of the Idaho Steelheads. He's been an equipment manager for the Idaho Steelheads for over 20 years, so he was a trusted source. And through the help of Mr. Trudeau, I was able to get back and forth with him and land a pretty awesome apprenticeship with him. On my first day, we jumped right into things. This was a picture I took because I was ecstatic to be sitting on the bench with where all the players are. This is the picture I took, and we quickly learned all like the background and everything I need to know about the players. This apprenticeship did move very quick. I quickly filled up my 40 hours. I was there almost every Thursday and Friday night, but it also did quickly take up all my schedule. And then moving on to my second artifact, this is going to be my apprenticeship reflection. The biggest question asked at the end of the apprenticeship for all of us was, is it for me? And that's how I'm connecting it to my ideal of So What. In my main reflection, I state, the career does not seem to be one that is accessible through school. Throughout this apprenticeship, I did learn by meeting with other equipment managers from other teams during games that they all seem to just know someone or had a parent or had a family member in the game, which kind of turned me away from this career because I didn't know someone, and my relationship with the Idaho Steelheads equipment manager ended after my apprenticeship. But that doesn't mean I didn't learn anything from this apprenticeship. I also stated I did realize things about my career preference. Through this, I learned that I want to look for a job that's hands-on. I want to look for a job that's working with people. I don't want to be stuck behind a desk. I don't want to be doing paperwork. This was like in the moment, everything happening right now kind of job, and it fascinated me and it drew me into this kind of life. My takeaway. From this, I took away a very specific thing from equipment managing. I said an equipment manager needs to know the ins and outs of their players in order to run the operation smoothly. But how can I translate this into my everyday life? I took away the importance of connections. Chris Pastel of the Idaho Steelheads has been there for over 20 years, so he's created lasting relationships with people like his suppliers and upper managers. Anytime equipment or machinery broke, he was able to get it fixed or replaced very fast because those people valued him and saw him as an important person in their life because of the relationships he took time to build. So where do I go from there? At this point, for the Amano shrimp, it has to decide if it's going to stay low and forage by itself or join and move with the group. So what does this mean for me? I hope to find myself in a career where I have the opportunity to make connections. I would like to find myself in a group. I believe that success is driven by the strength of our relationships. And when you prioritize collab and human connections, you build lasting partnerships. growing up with a family who had a small business, I was able to see firsthand how these relationships still affect us and our family today. And I believe I plan to use what I've learned at Compass to help me out in real life. When I first came to Compass, I was extremely upset about leaving my old school behind. I didn't know what it meant. It just seemed like a dumb little charter school. I was upset with my parents, but I quickly realized how supportive and uplifting not just the students, but the teachers, the staff, and I think it drove me forward to a place that I never would have been able to reach in another place. I hope to use everything I've learned at Compass and everything I've learned from my teachers and parents to bring that sense of community to wherever I end up in my life. I appreciate your time, and I'm ready for questions.
Even though you didn't, well, you kind of learned from your apprenticeship that you didn't want to do that, but do you still think that everyone should have to do an apprenticeship?
Yeah, I think it was probably one of the most valuable classes I took at the school, because I think some people, community service is different just with, in real world examples, but this is like setting up for your career. And I think a lot of people kind of wrote it off or maybe faked their sheets or just took sorry, I don't know, there's only like 4 seniors in this room, but like wrote it off or didn't take it seriously. But this actually opened my eyes a lot with careers. It was my first time being behind the scenes. I was upset because the equipment manager and I had some disagreements because I was had school and a job and I was playing hockey, and he was expecting me to be there 4 times a week, and I was upset. So it did end abruptly, but I still learned a lot, and I think it's a very crucial part in my high school career.
Thank you. You guys are done? That was the set of, yeah?
This is great. This is my actual tank. This is my actual mono shrimp tank.
Oh my God, that's so
I don't know if there's any mono shrimp in that picture, but.
Yeah, that's so cool. You guys did it.
Thank you. Good job, everybody.
No, I never did. Yeah, I had him in 8th grade. Yeah, 8th grade, that was a while back.
Oh, was that when you first started?
I think it was his first year. He was fun though. He was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Guys stay until lunch? Till at 12?
Yeah, we have to wait for
One more.
Is there somebody else coming in next?
Yes. Oh, open the door, yeah. You guys come in, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you can come up.
Helpful to have a set.
Yeah. Totally fine. Did you guys see Callie out there?
She's going up right now?
Yeah, she's next.
I'll go get her.
Okay, and Alana should be in here too, and Bo. Oh, yeah.
No.
They all have, this whole chunk has to be here.
Oh.
They all should be together. like, all right, keeping track here too. Thank you very much.
Just went one over there.
Oh, okay, cool. So you know the drill.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're- Okay.
Yes, I am. Thank you all for having me here today. My name is Callie Rice, and this is my senior presentation. I am using the metaphor of making a quilt to summarize all of my high school career. My first standard I chose to share is math, and I am connecting it to the ideal of growth. And I'm also connecting this to my metaphor as the step where you choose the pattern. This is one of the most important steps to controls what the rest of your project is going to look like. This is my first artifact. It's my Unit 2 statistics test. This is from my senior year, and as you can see, did not do the best. I got an overall grade on this standard a 2, and as you can see from the circled part, my teacher left a lot of notes on very important steps that I totally passed over and I did not do. And as you can see from this problem, I just missed so many steps, and I have a lot of notes that the teacher gave me for this. It was not great. But for my second artifact, this was my semester final for statistics, and it's my Unit 5 test. And on this one, I got a 4 on this whole standard, and the teacher didn't leave any notes, which means I did everything as I was supposed to. I completed all the steps, and I did very well. And I connected this to the patterns because like math and like a pattern, it tells you everything you need to do step by step, and being without one is like being without a plan. And it shows you how to proceed, which in math is very important to coming to the right conclusion. Much like in a pattern, it's important to coming out with the product that you would like. For my second standard, I chose technology, and I'm connecting this to my ideal of making connections. And for the next step of making your quilt, you want to pull your fabric next and decide what that color scheme is going to be. For my first artifact, I would like to talk about my Industrial Revolution presentation my sophomore year. This was for my history class. And as you can see, I did a very nice job of making all of these slides very cohesive and having information on all of them that doesn't explain everything, but gives enough to the audience so that they can figure it out as I'm talking about it. And as you can see from the parts I circled, I did a great job of making sure that every slide went with the other and it flowed very nicely. For my second artifact, this was my communications choice presentation. And for this, I chose to talk about plant life in Idaho because I am very into camping. I've done a lot of camping my whole life. And so I just figured that this would be a good subject for me. And as you can see here, much like in my Industrial Revolution assignment, I did a great job of making it all cohesive. I even added special highlights to help guide the audience along on where I wanted them to look and what I wanted them to pay attention to the most. And this is a very important step when you choose your fabric. These are some fabrics that I chose for my senior graduation quilt that I made for myself. And it's very important to be cohesive in all of this. If it's all just hodgepodge put together, it's not going to be very visually interesting, and it'll be frankly ugly. And then another important thing is you have to prioritize which pieces you want to use. Depending on your pattern and which pattern you chose, you choose 16 pieces of fabric, you choose 12 pieces of fabric. So you must prioritize what you would like to add as your main thing. For my next standard and my last standard, I chose to talk about my electives, and I'm connecting this to the ideal of so what, and also adding it on in my metaphor, to the step of putting your quilt on a long arm, which is a machine that connects the top of your quilts to the batting and to the back of your quilts. So for my first artifact, this was my 3D art final, and we had to make a jewelry collection. And I chose to make an anklet, a ring, and a bracelet. And for this project, I had the opportunity to learn to use a lot of new tools. I learned how to put a clasp on the anklet and the bracelet, and I used how to use a ring shaper, which I had never had the opportunity to learn about before, and I didn't expect me to know that knowledge ever, but like, this class was able to give me the opportunity to learn how to do those things. For my second artifact, I chose my criminology assignment of a presentation for the hiring process of an Idaho State Trooper. And this was another assignment that I wouldn't have had the opportunity to learn these things if I hadn't chosen to take this class. For example, the physical fitness evaluation to hire a Idaho State Trooper involves things such as a vertical jump, a 1.5-mile run, and I would never have had the opportunity to learn this. And maybe I won't use this as a future career, but it was so amazing for me to have the opportunity to learn this. So for the long arm, that is a picture of what one looks like. It's a very complicated piece of machinery. I do not know how to operate it, but for my senior quilt that I made, I am going to hire someone to quilt it together for me, because I would like to try this and I would like to learn this experience and to put this all together, because I learned from these electives that it's great to put yourself in situations where you could learn new things about, maybe you won't even use it, maybe you won't even think about it again, but it is great to continuously learn to do new things. Overall, my high school experience has been wonderful, and it's made me into the person that you see standing up here today. I have learned to not place my joy in others' opinions and to place it on how I think I am doing as a person. I've learned to speak up for myself, and I've learned to remember to always be kind and to be able to be okay with being excited. No one should be able to take away your joy based on their opinions. Thank you all for coming and listening to me as I present my senior presentation. I will now take questions.
Okay, could you tell us what your future aspirations are?
All right, for right after high school, in hopefully October, I am planning to go on a mission trip, because traveling has always been something that I've wanted to do for myself, and I love meeting new people and getting to experience new parts of different cultures and seeing how other people live and just connecting. So that's especially something important to me. And then after that, I would like to go to college. I'm planning on either going to ISU or BYUI in 2027. Thank you.
Are you Weston's sister?
I am.
Oh, I love Weston.
No. My heart rate has not gone below 110 since getting here. So we feel.
I just started practicing.
Atlanta's gonna be cool.
You just started practicing?
It's a really long story, yeah.
He tried to last night.
My anxiety was so bad, I literally physically like could not get it done last night.
I think I practiced like 5 times yesterday.
Like I've had, I know what I, like I was able,
Just remember the judges are rooting for you.
No, you're waiting until I mess up and then you're gonna.
And then we're gonna pounce. Yes.
Do you know when we find out how we did?
I don't know.
Follow.
Mrs. Gray does.
After lunch break, are we allowed to go or do we stay for our color shop still? Because they said that we were staying for the purpose of like.
Yeah, I think you have to stay.
Oh, my
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think you can go for lunch, but I think you have to be back for the
But that's only 30
presentations after.
minutes. That's 30 minutes and there's construction.
This is great.
So-
Do you know when we find out? Is something filming us like right now?
Yes, it's
Yep.
live.
Oh.
It's live all the way.
Everyone's watching you, the whole world.
I told my dad it wasn't gonna be live streamed and then.
So you lied.
The link's on the website.
They live stream everything.
My dad's also working, so he can't watch in general.
Sure.
My dad's working too.
No, my dad's still being trained and so they're like really strict. So
I'm just being sarcastic because my dad's been retired for every year.
This is great. Do you know when we figure out our, like, if we passed or not?
Oh, I have no idea. That's a Miss Stevens question. I'm just in charge of this room, that's all. If you wanna test the clicker, we do only have like 3 minutes now, so.
I missed it.
2 minutes. It's, yeah, it works pretty well.
Oh, I feel sick.
Alright, but.
Why is there only 4 of us here? I feel like there were a lot more people in our program.
Yeah.
Well,
there's
there
also
is.
both.
I think everyone that's after lunch break decided not to tell you about it.
Bo was busy.
Well, after lunch break is John and Becky, so it's only Bo.
Oh.
It's just Bo, not,
Yeah.
not.
Oh.
Just Bo?
Yep, and
Okay.
then there's, must not be juniors in here.
I'm so scared. No, my sister's coming. Yeah, she is.
She's gonna be so mean to me. She hates me.
Oh, she knows.
I can't imagine Lillian hating anyone, but.
Are you serious?
She,
I like,
She's the
in the
most hateful
classroom.
person I've ever met.
Oh, she's very kind.
That's ridiculous. In the classroom, she's so quiet.
At school, she's
Look,
really quiet. Oh, she is here.
She's just go.
She's just staring outside.
She's right. She's outside. I think this is the closest I saw.
We go up and get the feel for it
I just saw
and.
her. Thank you.
Oh, wait, I'll only have to, we're waiting on Miss Saylor actually, so hopefully she comes.
So she is coming. I thought she bailed on me. I was like,
Who?
wow.
Says that's who our other judges, so. Oh, I think she might have been.
She's gonna laugh at us.
Yeah, she is. I'm gonna be like, any questions? She's like, could you stutter any less?
Wait, who?
Miss Saylor.
Oh.
She'll be like, oh.
I'm gonna show her my GPA and she's gonna cackle.
Yeah, she would though.
Yes, she would.
I know. You did so good.
You really did, Callie. You really did. You were very articulate.
Articulate.
I just wish my timer hadn't cut out at the beginning there.
Yeah.
So I think
She did bail on me.
Sorry.
That's crazy.
We have.
She signed up just because of me and then she bails on me.
We have
That's
10
crazy.
seconds and then we need to start.
Oh, no, she told me she signed up to.
Oh,
She told me she signed up to.
yeah, right.
Yeah. She likes.
I'll call her real quick.
Oh, okay. We're
Am I
supposed to start
good to
now.
go?
No, we might have another judge. Sorry.
It's so
Maybe she's
fun.
watching from
It doesn't
live
even
stream.
matter. It's not like I'm on
Yeah, she'll
schedule or
make her
anything.
Deep breath, it's okay.
Appreciate your flexibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is great. Do you know how like badass to be for us to like hold us back, like not let us graduate?
Are you trying to gaslight her?
What?
Manipulate her right now?
What?
Yeah.
You're blackmailing her, you know?
What?
You know how embarrassing it would be if one of your students got held that?
No.
And by the way, your profanity's recorded on live stream.
What profanity?
He didn't say it.
It sounds like
Sounded
you.
like
He said bad it would be.
How bad it would be. What?
Oh, I think
There's
that's
no
bad.
way
It
you said
definitely
that.
sounds
No, I
like
said, you know how bad it has to be. How bad it has to be.
Bad it has to
Yeah, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember.
Yes, I also
Yeah.
heard it.
All right, anyway, we need to get going. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Hi, my name's Alana. I know all of you. And this is my senior presentation for this year. And my first standard is growth mindset to be my brainstorming stage. And my second standard is apprenticeship for the spark of inspiration stage. And then for my third standard, it's English with the begin writing stage. And my metaphor is that my high school experience is like writing a book. Okay, for my first standard, I did growth mindset with the ideal achievement. And so, my first artifact is my freshman year grade report. As you can see with all the red circles, it was not good. Lots of D's, lots of F's, lots of emails, and overall, I was struggling to the extent where I had an unweighted GPA of 1.95. And I didn't really allow myself to grow or progress here because I was spending a lot of my time like falling back into old habits of procrastination, not finishing assignments, things of the sorts. And overall, I kind of connected this to the writing process when you get stuck on an idea and you try to force yourself to go into it even if it's not working for you and you just get yourself stuck in that rut. But with my junior year, it got much, much better. Green circles, always good. I had a 3.625 unweighted GPA this time with almost straight A's except in one class, which was Miss Grades. But I did very good, and I made sure to change my behavior and overall let myself move forward with my work. I learned and grew from my mistakes rather than dwelled on them and looked into the past, and overall, I took a step back, like in writing, when you take a step back and kind of look over what you're doing and made sure that I could take a step back in later and know that I was gonna be okay and do better. And then for my reflection, my first artifact really showed my self-sabotaging behavior and really misrepresented how I was as a student. I was always told that I could do better and I would have higher grades if I tried, and they were right. I am currently a full A student, so I don't wanna admit it, but they were right. But with my artifact 2, I did prove that with my persistence and dedication, I was able to get my work done. I was able to prove my academic integrity and overall prove my worth as a student. And with my ideal achievement, I really pushed through my struggles, whether that be through mental health or family situations, and really proved myself academically and pursued my happiness as a student rather than let it dwell on me that I was, in school as a high schooler. Okay, and for standard 2, I used my apprenticeship with the ideals of making connections and so what. And for this, my first artifact is my website error log, where basically they gave me a paper and they said, hey, we want you to click through every single link on our website and tell us which ones are wrong. And I went, okay. And so I spent around 15 hours doing that. And it was not fun, but I did it. And a lot of the stuff I had to write down was 404 errors, if there were invalid links, or especially security risks, which you would be surprised how many they had. And overall, I kind of connected this to having a general idea in your writing, but not quite yet knowing where to go with it. And so with that, I was connecting it to how with my formatting, I had a structure, but I didn't really know how to use it yet. And so there were lots of arrows and repeated stuff to the point where I was getting lost in what I was doing and sometimes losing track when I would come back to it. But with my second artifact, which was my newspaper log, I did much better. My task in this one was to essentially go through newspapers up to 200 years old with oil gloves, it was great, and flip through them and log every single thing I saw, which could include news titles, advertisements, death confirmations, and side stories. And so I also spent around 15 hours on that, and this was the end of my apprenticeship, so it was much longer, but I got it mostly done. But overall, this had much more structure, and I related it to giving myself order and management in my tasks rather than just being spontaneous and just going with something random that I think would work. I found something that worked for me and I formatted it as is, and it helped me be much more concise and find where I left off, and overall just help myself pick back up and keep going at my rate of success. And then for my reflection, my artifact 1 showed a lot of concentration, my effort, and my observation skills, as I had to look through every single thing on that website. And again, It took a very long time to do, but I was able to do it, and I was very concentrated, and I showed a lot of observation skills by getting everything written down, which was around 7 pages of work. And then for my second artifact, it was a lot of safekeeping and patience, as since some of the papers were up to 200 years old, I had to be very careful or else I would rip them, and I did not want to get in trouble because I was already grateful enough that I got my apprenticeship. So, and then with my ideals, I connected it to making connections by pursuing happiness and prioritizing me and my so what, by pushing past my fears and narrowing down career choices. And I chose this because when I went into my apprenticeship, it was a lot of thinking about what's the closest thing I can do to writing, because as a writer, you don't know if you're gonna be stable with your career. And so I was thinking, with how society always tells you to do a job that gets you money, or do a job that will make you look good in society, I was like, what's the closest thing I can do? So I signed up for librarianship for my apprenticeship, and the more I went on, I was like, I don't want to do this. It's a lovely profession, but I don't want to do it because it's just like baiting myself for what I could have. And I'm only myself once, so I was thinking, and I went, well, maybe I should just try, because that's kind of the whole point of living. Anyways, my third standard is English with the ideal of so what. And then for my first assignment, it was an anaphora poem that I did in freshman year, where basically they told us 10 plus lines of freestyle poetry. As long as I had repetition, then you were fine. And so I did that. As with the highlighted color codes, I used a lot of tone, imagery, and emotion, like I was told to, and kind of just let myself go and just write whatever I felt like writing rather than just fit into what I was given before. And with that, I allowed myself vulnerability rather than trying to force myself into an assignment that I was just like, okay, I'll tell something random. I connected it to myself rather than connected it to someone that I want to be perceived as, because you'd rather not be vulnerable than vulnerable, but in my situation, it's kind of better to reveal yourself than not to, because then the more that you don't, the more that you just build this fake person for yourself and dig yourself into a pit. And for relating this to my writing metaphor, I kind of connected it to letting go in your writing and just kind of letting yourself spree out, do whatever you want, and kind of just find a feel for what you're wanting to start at. And for my second artifact, I chose my Becoming Me story and literacy narrative. And for this assignment, we were basically told to tell a story with significance, dialogue, and rhetorical situations. And for this, I was like, okay, I will talk about myself, because you said we should do that. So I did do that. And with that, another color coding, I did a lot of storytelling, vivid detail, and significance. And with this, I did still allow myself to do whatever I wanted with my writing, but I also gave myself a section of order that made it unique to me, and also gave me a format to where I could follow it correctly, and give myself a writing that was still cohesive and understandable. And with that, I also learned from my past mistakes in writing and used those in my future projects, which helped a lot with stuff like grammar and formatting and overall like length of my writing pieces. And then overall it was still authentic even if I changed how it was formatted. And with that, I did relate that to the occasional rein-in when it comes to doing your writing. Because even if you do something more sporadic, it's good to rein yourself in sometimes and find a good amount of balance between what you do and what you don't. And for my reflection, my first artifact was kind of just a let go and do whatever, like I said. And I didn't really hold myself back from kind of what I would think like the what ifs. I just kind of let myself do it, and if something happened, it happened, and nothing happened, so I was wrong, but it was fine. And I pushed myself towards improvement rather than sticking to what I know, and I took risks. And then for my second artifact, I did give myself that occasional random when it needed. I used support and advice from past assignments and other sorts of information given to me by my peers. I still gave passion and effort into my work despite if I didn't like it or if I didn't really know where to start off. I always made sure to give myself enough time to get there. And then overall, I just let myself have fun with my assignments, because even if I don't like them and I think they're boring, they're getting me a good grade, and I have to use my time for them anyways, so I may as well do something with them that's nice. And for my ideal of so what, I really focused on speaking up and being honest about myself and expressing myself freely, rather than just kind of, isolating myself like I did before, which was really important to me because being at this school, I expected to be here in senior year. So I was like, I may as well make connections rather than isolate myself like I did at previous schools. And then for my conclusion, my overarching lesson is to follow your passions and escape internal restriction, because we only live as us once, and you may as well do something fun with your life with what you've got. And my full expanded metaphor was that my high school experience is like writing a book with the stages of brainstorming, finding your spark of inspiration, and beginning story. And that is all I have, and I am open to questions.
Speaking of books, what's a book that influenced you in your high school career?
I think Fahrenheit 451, definitely. We had to write about it for our senior reflections, for our artifacts. I was looking through everything we read through, and I was like, I definitely think Fahrenheit 451 was one, especially since it relates to the career I want to go into with its dystopian feature and book banning, and we do have book banning in current day, and it's become more of a problem with time going on. So especially when seeing something like that, so dystopian, come into be and start the cycle of it becoming truth, it's really interesting to like look at it and see the warning signs and kind of like give yourself a perspective of what we could do rather than sitting back and not doing anything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's Bo.
Let's go. Come on, come on, man. You're good.
2 presentations too late?
Okay,
Now it's lunch.
He missed his time.
Huh? No, he didn't.
Supposed to be in here, 2 presentations.
Just he was,
for everybody.
yeah.
Nope.
I thought it was 12:32. I was
So if you do any of these,
No, we're supposed
other
to be here like
judges,
11:30.
like next time, it's being so fast.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I stopped. I didn't crack them all the way. I was thinking.
Because it sounded like, I knew what you said.
No, I realized I started popping my knuckles and I went, okay, maybe we need to stop for a second. So I did. Thank you.
You guys can go, get out for a bit.
I don't know where to go.
Well, we have lunch to go to, so we will not be in here for the
She
next
said,
30
"Get out."
minutes. Yeah.
Oh.
Now we're leaving for 30 minutes. Yeah. Since we're
Right now.
home.
Oh, it is?
I know it's up or nothing now, but we'll see you at 12:30.
Where's the timesheet?
Right here, look,
So we need to
this
be
time
back.
block was colored.
Oh.
This was you,
Yeah,
right, your group.
that's my bad.
Mhm.
See, I was here. I was just outside.
Yes, someone said, they saw you in the hall, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah, no, I
what's
was
he
here.
doing?
What
I
time
just-
do we need to be back by?
Didn't want to interrupt.
A little bit before 12:30, so we have to start at
My
12:30.
About 30 minutes.
I don't know what the punishment is for Miss Stevens, so.
Wait, is there actually?
I don't know.
Just don't tell her.
Uh-huh.
You missed it.
This is great, those chocos.
Yes, they are.
I love them. I'm
Thank you.
actually looking for some right now. Do you know where to get
I literally on like choco.com. Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
figure that,
the-
yeah.
But it was like 3 years ago, so I don't know if they have this style,
Okay,
but
okay, okay.
yeah, just got on the website.
I plan on spending a lot of time on the lake this summer.
And these are great.
So that's what I want.
Yeah.
By the way, I miss your class so much. I mean,
Oh.
I love Mrs. Howell as well, but like, I miss you.
Well, thank you.
I hope I'm not totally off base on this.
No, it's good.
I've been
no.
mean and I am, so, yeah.
No, I think it's good to be strict. I mean, you know, I don't actually think they even see all of this. I'm pretty sure they just.
Should only get yours.
What?
Well, I mean, cause you're like you're the main show, yeah.
I mean, I'm good at it. I've done it for a long time.
How long have you been Compass?
This is my 8th year.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and I've pretty much done senior projects. I think I started like cause they basically always said you have to, so.
Okay. Is this your first teaching job?
Yes.
Whoa, straight into Compass, okay, shoot.
Yeah.
Didn't learn any bad habits.
Well, I did an internship at Nampa, And then I did my student teaching at Timberline, so
Alright,
I
okay,
have
okay.
had,
You've been out
yes, I've been around. It was enough. I don't want any of that.
Oh, that's a crazy world, yeah.
Yes, coming here. Well, you came from like the
It's-
streets,
It's been hard for
basically.
you to be like, hard on like their behavior, but
You're like, this is
compared to
nothing.
there, you would be the left toy.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I
thank
say,
you.
if anyone doesn't show up, just you can come grab me, and I'll be happy to judge again.
Okay, thank you.
tables tilt, in case you didn't know. Okay, my timer cut off while I was sitting up there, and so, like, many heart attack I was up there. I don't think I let it show, but heart attack, and I think they were under 10 minutes. Or pass fail? It's pass fail. It's pass fail. I mean, it is technically going in as an English grade as well, but I'm just gonna think about it pass fail with it.
Yeah, but like, I think you know the other requirements, it should be.
Yeah, my slides are good, so. Oh, yeah, hey, I think you do.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
I got very minimal communication about what we're talking today.
That just looks like grade. Oh, great. I didn't see you.
Oh, you're judging?
Yeah.
Whatever. When have I not judged?
Never mind.
Either use first time? Okay. So yeah, you can use, this is the first time rubric, and then that's, you only do one rubric. And then this one's the, like, I don't know, I think it's almost just as easy.
Oh, wait,
So,
never
yep,
mind.
yep, same thing, yeah. And only one of us gets to ask a question, so we're all three now, at one time.
Okay.
So, one of you really wants to, has a burning question, you can.
Do I go now?
Let's see, we're supposed to write a time, so we have two-ish minutes. Did you check the click works?
It'll work.
Give it a whirl roll.
No.
Yeah, well.
What's your transition on that
Okay.
one?
They're too cheesy. It's not a transition first. Do I start now?
No, no,
Oh.
just chill. Deep breath, you're good.
You might want to hurry, like.
Don't explode us then.
Yeah.
You really need to film me?
Yep.
Is that required?
It's being filmed.
Yeah.
It's for your grandma, hush.
She can live stream it.
But she's gotta know how to do that.
She's very tech savvy.
That was mine.
She uses Apple Pay.
Where's her watch?
Mine's like 3-ish. Mine have to teach her how to use her TV every day.
Okay. My name is John Fairbanks. Today I'll be talking about my high school career, and I'll be using the metaphor of growing a plant. To start us off, I'll be talking about the ideal of math, and I'll be connecting it to the ideal of so what, while I talk about the first stage of growing a plant, which is planting the seeds. The first artifact I'm talking about today is my concept artist project for my stats class, which I took this senior year. For this project, we're supposed to make a concept map using vocabulary word like census, bias, and strata, and more. Here's what it looked like. I did really good on this project. As you can see, my teacher left positive comments saying, "You made some awesome connections. I love your connecting words, and you have a couple mistakes, but not enough to drop your grade." I ended up receiving a 4 on this project, which I was very proud of, as I felt confident in my ability to use these words, and I was comfortable with them, and I felt like I could use them in further projects. My next artifact is my Be an Influencer project, which is also for my statistics class. It was the project after the concept project, artist project, and for this one we explored how bias could be affected by how bias could affect data. And we looked at this by using 2 different sets of surveys. So here are my surveys. We did one with bias and one without. Without bias, I asked how often do you wash your sheets, and then I also asked, doctors recommend washing your sheets once a week. How often do you wash yours? So I did that, and I kind of explored, so the one on top, the with bias, kind of makes the people, kind of confuses them and they think, oh, I should be washing once a week. It kind of like tricks them. So we did that, and I ended up doing really good on all these except for the Spiral standard RS1, which is conclusion and association, and this was the same standard that I had on the previous topic. So I was kind of shocked by this. I was like, I did really good on this before, why don't I do as good now? And my teacher left comments saying conclusion is accurate given the data, and statistics are not used correctly to justify conclusion and explanation. And upon further thinking and reflection, I realized that the project before left me very overconfident, and I was kind of had a big ego, and I was like, I'm not gonna kind of review this as I thought I already know it. Why would I need to review it? And that, as you can see, that left me with a smaller grade. So to reflect, the first artifact showed mastery, but the second one did not. And so why am I talking about this? So what? I learned a really important lesson from this. I learned that mastery doesn't come with practice. I need to, in order to have mastery, you need to practice, and in order to keep that mastery, you still have to practice. So practice is key. I also learned not to be overconfident. I learned that it's important to kind of, kind of keep your ego in check, and it's important to, it's okay to ask for help and review things. There's no shame in that. And I connect this to growing a plant, because just like you can't expect a plant to appear, just like you can't expect mastery to appear, you must first start with something small, and in this case it's the seed. You must start with that basis to build on top of that. So my next standard is science. I'm going to be talking about the ideal of mastery, and I'm going to be talking about how you provide nutrients. So my first artifact is from my freshman year biology class, and we did an enzyme lab where we spent that unit talking about enzymes and learning about how they interacted and why they're important. And we did a lab where we used glucose test strips to test different fluids, and afterwards we were assigned a lab report based on these findings. Right off the bat, you can kind of see it's a big mess. There's lots of squiggly red lines, lots of grammatical errors. You can see I randomly switched to a different font halfway through. I wasn't really paying attention. And then also here, you can see my claim. Oops. There's no reasoning or evidence provided. It's kind of just saying it, but it's not saying why. It's not explaining why. So it's kind of, it's weak. It doesn't have any really strength to it. And then my next artifact is my cellular respiration lab report from my biology class, my advanced biology class junior year, and we've been studying several body systems. One of them was cellular respiration. We had a lab where we looked at the cellular respiration of peas, and we looked how different factors affect that cellular respiration. And we were also assigned a lab report. And right off the bat, you can see there's not a lot of grammatical errors this time. There's no font changes, but you can also see that I provided reasoning. I said why I said this for my claim, but I also proved why my claim was correct with evidence and why this is the reason it happened. So it kind of caused that strength. And then to reflect on that, like I said, the first one was full of errors. It was just weak. It didn't really stand up. But the second one did. It was elaborated on. It was a lot stronger. It could hold up on its own. And this shows mastery. My growth from junior year. My difference between freshman and junior year. It shows my understanding and mastery of these concepts. And then I'm connecting this to the nourishing nutrients that a plant needs, because in order to grow you need nutrients. In this instance, I would have never grown without the nutrients. And my nutrients was looking back at past lab reports and seeing what I needed to improve on and what I needed to change. Next up, I'm going to be talking about my apprenticeship. I'll be talking about the so what ideal, and I'll be talking about when a plant starts to sprout. So first of all, I want to kind of introduce what I did for my apprenticeship. Each junior is required to do a 40-hour apprenticeship. I did mine with a large animal vet at Driftwoods Veterinary Services. His name is Dr. Dan Brewer. It was a really great experience. I would go on call with him, and we went to several different visits. I spent, as you can see here on our time log, I spent around like 5 to 8 hours a shift. So it was kind of, I spent a more majority of the day with him. And these hours showed that I was consistent with my shifts kind of with him, and I worked hard and I kept that pace up. And then the dates also showed that I kind of followed through. I kept saying, hey, when can we meet next? Kind of at the end, you see it's kind of later in the next year, but that was because large animal vets, they don't really work a lot during the winter because there's not a lot for them to do. So he was kind of waiting so he had more days to do with us. The next artifact is the apprenticeship supervisor evaluation. This is a form that you have to fill out at 20 and 40 hours to kind of see how you're doing, what you kind of get graded on, and you pick what you're graded on with the career development standards. So I picked, together we kind of filled these out, and we had 8 different standards. So we had able to assist with basic procedures, able to assist with basic equine dental problems, able to identify when animals are approachable, displays basic animal stockmanship, which is working around and moving animals, identifies basic horse age by looking at their teeth, which is really cool, asks questions pertinent to the task at hand, on time and reliable, and has conversations and interacts with professionally with owners. So as you can then see here, I didn't do well on all of them. There's some, I was kind of, when I got this back, I was like, whoa, I thought you were going to be a little kinder to me. But I was actually really proud of this. It was my first time doing a lot of these. It was something that I've never done before. I haven't really been around these animals this much. I was really proud of this because for the first time, I thought I did really well, even though some of them he wrote were at level 2. And I was also really proud of the comment he left. He said, John grew as an assistant and did a great job helping when asked, and was never in the way or acted like he didn't have a sense of his role around the animals. So I was really proud of that and how that turned out. This is something really meaningful to me, and it was just a really great experience. So to reflect on that, the time card shows that I stayed consistent and I worked hard, but the scoring high, I did score high on all of them, but I'm still proud of that because that to me was a first time experience. It was something I've never done before. It shows that I can do hard things. And so why am I talking about this? I'm talking about this because through this experience, I discovered what I want to do after school. I discovered what I'm passionate about. I discovered kind of just what I want to do with my life, and this was something that was really neat to me. I learned that, more specifically, I want to be a large animal vet. I don't want to deal with little whiny dogs and weird dog people. But I learned that what I want to do and what my direction is in life, and it's really important to me. And I'm relating this to a plant because I've just started to sprout in life. Like, this is just the beginning of my life. Just like how this plant that we've given nutrients, we've planted the seed, has just started to sprout. So that's my nutrients have been school and everything I've been taught here. So I'm excited for that. Thank you very much for listening. Any questions?
Well, this is one you've probably heard me ask already about, because I know a lot about you, so. This one I don't know. What's a book that's impacted you?
Ooh, it's kind of for a weird reason, but I really love Catcher in the Rye. I have a kind of weird sense of humor. The main character makes fun of things a lot, and it makes fun of people, makes fun of it. I found it to be really relatable, I guess. I found it to be really funny, but the reason it impacted me is it just opened my eyes to a world, a way I've never really looked at the world. It kind of made me realize, like, it talked a lot about adults and like how adults lose their sense of childhood, and it kind of made me realize like what's important in life, and made me consider how kind of just keeping like the small things in life, how they're still important to maintain. It's not all work and boring adult stuff.
Good.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good to see you. We have like 4 minutes, so you can just take.
After the questions.
You know, I've been just writing like when your presentation ends, and then when I stop, I write the full time, because I forgot to ask Ms. Stevens. So, just writing bullet points.
Yeah.
Better be cautious than not.
Yeah. I'm just writing like, I don't know, I'm writing presentation notes and this little time, so you can just write 11:30, that's like the total. Yeah. Because
Yeah. I'm so proud of myself. Like I feel so smart. I'm going this week. I'm so proud.
Can we make sure? Yeah, okay. When I logged in on a different computer, some of the pages we're good. It was just, it scared me, because like, I logged in and like the picture just said like error, and I'm like, I was like, oh, I really hope that doesn't happen on the final. So I can use my phone to time.
Give the clicker a try. So 1 minute left. Stay on.
Can I see what it is?
Well, there's 2. So there's the, I think you've been shown both.
Yeah.
So there's this one, and then there's this one.
Okay, yeah.
You know what to do. You're preparing and not procrastinating at all, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, well, whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Bo Bristol, and today I'd like to talk about my high school experience. Not just about the boring dates, grades, and classes, but something we're all a little bit more familiar with, and something we can relate to. A sandwich. That's right. My high school experience is very similar to a sandwich. Now on the surface, it seems pretty basic. You know, you sandwich, you get the bread, the fillings, boom, you got yourself a sandwich. But to get something you really enjoy, something you really care about, you can say you're proud of, it takes a lot more steps. For my first standard, I have growth, connecting to the ideal of growth mindset. And for me, and like any sandwich, you need a solid base. And for me, that was my high school sophomore Psych 101. And the bread, acting as a base, was this class was my base, my foundation. Now Artifact 1, very similar to something like moldy bread. It was half done, not finished, rushed, and overall not something I'm very proud of. And of course, my grade reflected that as a C. This would have been the end of the unit final, where we needed to show our knowledge and use it for the assignment. I gave a 2-sentence answer to something that was required a lot more information. You know, we needed to show our knowledge, and I very obviously showed very little knowledge. For me, I wanted that to act as a turning point, moving forward to our next artifact. This would be the signature assignment. This is the last assignment of this class. And the previous one, I didn't want that to define me as a student of who I am, so I decided to study harder, put some real effort, and lay a good foundation for where I was gonna come. This would have been, yes, the signature assignment. And this assignment weighed very heavily on our grade, so it could have worked very good or bad for me. I decided to study harder, work towards my goal, and give more complex answers. And then looking here, I incorporated how I used a growth mindset and how that helped set me up for my future. My grade jumped up to an A from the switch of my mindset, set me up for a good future, just like having a good bread. I went from that old, moldy bread to a nice, warm sourdough. Stronger, better, and something I'm really proud of. I developed good learning habits from this. You know, the most underrated part of the sandwich is definitely the bread. Everyone focuses on the meat, the cheese, the fillings, all that stuff, but the bread is really what holds it together. It keeps it in place. And after that class, I learned that. Moving on to the next standard, we have science connecting to the ideal of mastery. And this is where the fillings come in. This is the flavor, the texture, really the personality. My junior year, I worked on the Happy Fishing CER, and this assignment required us to create a claim, back it up with some evidence, and then provide our reasoning on it. Sounds pretty simple, right? Just like trying to layer ingredients in a sandwich, it takes a lot of patience. Layering the turkey, lettuce, tomatoes. Sometimes it doesn't happen how you hope. Stuff will fall, and it doesn't go as planned. In this situation, I didn't do it right the first time. I cut corners in places. While I did incorporate 2 pieces of evidence, like I should have, I did not incorporate my references page, and that docked my grade 0.5 points. I didn't get it right the first time, but I learned it's okay not to. Skipping forward to my next artifact, the Lituya Bay report that I worked on in my senior year of geology class. This report had us look into different earthquakes around the world and their effects. In this case, there was a large earthquake that happened in the bay, causing a major rock slide. And then there was a mega tsunami caused from the rocks falling into the water, the largest tsunami ever recorded in history. While writing this report, made me realize success comes from repetition, refraining ideas, and learning from mistakes. And this time, I even followed the rubric. I asked the teacher to look over it and ensure I was using quality work, and I incorporated my evidence and my references page. Now sandwiches, they're rarely perfect on the first try. Like I said, you'll drop a tomato on the floor, the bread will get soggy, there's endless things that can go wrong throughout the process. But you keep building, you keep trying, and eventually you'll get it right. It's just like crafting the perfect combination of ingredients. Another thing science has taught me, besides how scary a tsunami is how to deal with failure. Using trial and error, mistakes are good. You're able to learn from them, and they push you forward in life. Going through labs and revisions, that's really where you learn. You test, analyze, and you change it. You move forward from each experience. Going on to the next, we have the standard of English connecting to the ideal of so what. Now this is where the extras come in. The toppings, the spreads, the condiments. This is really where the personality of the assignments come out. This is what brings out the flavor. And that's what English class was to me, but it wasn't always that way. Sophomore year, we worked on the pastel poetry, and to me, this assignment felt very bland, something like mayo. I wasn't really connecting with it, and my effort really wasn't there. Highlighting these 2 lines, the land of the free, oh how sweet it be, not very nuanced, not a whole lot going on, very poorly written, I feel. Very 2-dimensional, and overall, I felt like this was just boring. Moving forward to our next artifact, we have the Innocence and Experience poems. So this is when I truly found my taste. While studying William Blake's poems of Innocence and Experience, English became more interesting to me. Ideas became far deeper and more complex, and that's the switch from the plain mayo to more of a spicy aioli. We needed to compose 2 Innocence and Experience poems of our own, and I decided to focus on fairy tales and how once we lose our innocence, the magical creatures lose their magical powers. Highlighting the first one, I'm gonna highlight these two lines. A fairy's gift, for teeth we trade. A rabbit's trail and eggs is laid. And that's a perspective from a kid, you know, lovely life and everything. And then switching to the experience, the tooth riches turn to lies revealed beneath our older eyes. There's a lot more going on. There's more nuance, and it's far better, I feel. And then from the previous artifact, I grew and now have a wider outlook on life. Thinking critically made English less about answering questions and more about explaining ideas. That's when I realized I had grown. My taste had matured from barely tolerating English and not liking it, hating every class, to going and really enjoying it, doing something that I loved and built over time, such as enjoying an acquired taste that I used to avoid. Senior year, for me, was like the final touch on the sandwich. It was plating it up, making sure everything looked right, and everything was all in the correct spot. It was the last touches, making sure no hair was in the food. I wanted to do something that was really memorable for me, something that'll last me a lifetime. And through this, I was really building my voice. And just like a good sauce, bringing everything together, English connected my education. It tied a little bow on top and brought it all together. Further reflection of the final bite. Just like a sandwich, my high school experience had plenty of layers. Some parts were tough, needed fixing. There was times where I was failing, getting emails sent home, parents talking to me. There was other times that were enjoyable, times that were creative, times where I needed to step outside of the box. And there was other fun, fulfilling times. From the weak first artifact to a strong comeback, struggling in science to owning it through repetition, hating poetry to analyzing some complex metaphors, I was able to grow. I learned how to reflect, and I focused. Most of all, throughout this process, I was believing in myself. I learned that hard work truly does pay off, and growth is always possible, no matter what the situation looks like. Even when it starts off a bit stale and rough around the edges, you can always come back. Now, as I prepare to graduate, I can truly say that I've made a sandwich that I'm proud of. It's not perfect, no sandwich ever is, but it's mine, built with care, growth, trial and error, and really just everything in between. Thank you for listening. I'm now open to questions.
So with some of the things that you mentioned that you struggled with, maybe earlier on in high school, what advice would you give to someone coming into high school at Compass?
I feel like we always hear like the same thing, not to procrastinate and everything, but even if I was told that and I still didn't really listen, I feel like it's more of a mindset, because I came in definitely a lot more stubborn, because like from like 8th grade to freshman year, I was like doing the bare minimum, but the bare minimum in freshman year didn't cut it. That cut in 8th grade. So I felt like I really just needed to switch a mindset versus just some knowledge. I felt like that was what was more necessary in the situation.
Thank you.
I was so fast at the beginning.
it's cause I'm the program monitor proctor
Oh,
person,
okay.
so.
So I'm in the right
just the
spot?
extra. Yep, so this is the Netherlands, and this is the Honduras. Here, I'll take this one, yeah. You can do it on the side, so like you can start looking. Okay. The biggest thing to show, I mentioned, is they've been doing this.
Okay.
So at least 6 months. Totally. I just wanted to do that.
I was gonna say, what about the presented part?
Yeah, they've had. Yeah. Yeah, and try to stick to the time, we've got 3 minutes, okay?
Well, I'm sure that it's these two, they'll come. They won't not show up.
See,
there she is.
Yep.
Told you.
Did you notice that?
Saw your name next to mine right next to it.
I thought you saw it, all right?
Just watching.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, good job. Okay. Yeah. I had my hand for trying to
And pencils fine?
Yep.
Lots of practice and preparation. Sure. Got a minute? I would like to have my phone.
Yep. Okay.
This is so high up.
And then only one of us can answer questions. If ever annoyed me, people, oh, I know, but those are a list of suggestions, if any of you are interested in one girl, Okay. All right, deep breath, and when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Nasker, and this is my senior project. I will be relating this to an overall metaphor of learning how to serve in volleyball. So for my very first artifact, I have chosen my math artifact, and it is being connected to the ideal of growth and to part of my metaphor through finding my footing. So for the very first artifact, this is a pre-calculus test from my junior year that was taken in September of 2023. And this is an overall picture, but looking more closely, we can see that I had scored an overall grade of A2, which obviously is not very good. And looking more closely at one of the problems specifically, it can be seen that I did not try, I just winged it, and I had no clue what I was doing. I had not studied for this test, and it was very, very obvious, and I had been really upset with this as I had realized I needed to try. For the second artifact, this is another pre-calculus test, but 2 months later, in November. This is an overall, but looking more closely, you can see in the red circle, I had received a grade level of A4. Looking at another problem that was very similar to the last test I just showed. Although, yes, I may not have gotten this correct all the way, I had very visibly studied as I had proven the answers I have gotten, and I was a lot more happier with the results I had received. And looking at this annotation from my pre-calculus teacher, she had said, "I can tell you studied hard and it paid off. I like your analysis and your annotations also." So connecting this to growth and finding my footing. So overall, it was shown that both tests obviously reflect a growth of my grade. Going from a 2 to a 4, although that's only 2 points higher, I had studied much harder and I had asked more questions to further my understanding. And just like furthering my understanding, within volleyball, I've had to find the proper footing so I don't hurt myself, but also so I can ensure an effective serve that will demonstrate how I am as a player. Moving on to my next artifact. This is my English artifact. I will be connecting it to the ideal of achievement and connecting it to my metaphor through gathering my toss. So for my first artifact, this will be a reflection essay that was completed in my junior year for my English, I believe, 102 class in the second semester. So this is just a little snippet of a 5-page essay that I had decided to do on how learning has affected my life through all of my different experiences. Looking at this red underline, zoomed in more closely, it can be seen that I had written, now although moving and divorce typically involve multiple people, after my mother and father got divorced in 2014, my mother had taught me valuable lessons. Although this kind of seems a little confusing at first, the lessons she taught me were very more of a personal standard than like academic. Looking at another area, more specifically, tying it to my topic sentence, I had said, by the time I was in 5th grade, I had learned how to take care of my younger siblings, my sister being 9 and my brother being 4. And I had learned how to do basic chores. Although yes, by the time you were in 5th grade, you already know how to do very basic chores, but this had set me up for learning different life skills, such as, again, caring for my sister and my brother, but also how to prepare food and how to cook. Looking at my second artifact, this is a research essay from the same year and in the same semester. This essay I had chosen to do based off of racial inequality in the 1920s when it came to job opportunities. Looking more closely, it can be seen that within my topic sentence, I had embedded pieces of evidence in both the top paragraph as well as the bottom paragraph, while also maintaining the same topic for both. With the first piece of evidence, it can be seen that I had even included a statistic with the 3.7% of Black people working on the railroads, which were not employed at that time. But also, the second piece of evidence, I had put in with an embedded quote, some individuals occasionally found a few waiting on tables in the nearest West Side hotels. Well, only a few. But how does this relate to achievement and gathering my toss? Within this is more of a personal achievement than of an academic achievement. Within my junior year, I was going through more and more family problems, typically with my father's 3rd divorce from my stepmother. But although I had been experiencing all of those troubles, I had still learned to prioritize my schoolwork and ask for help, as well as setting goals properly that weren't just set to set them because I had to, but goals that I actually wanted to achieve throughout my life. And I had also learned to put my skills together. And now connecting this to my metaphor of gathering my toss, within volleyball, you have to have the perfect toss. Although, yes, you can be setting yourself up for too high of an expectation or too low. Within the achievements I've had throughout my junior year and my overall high school career, I have been able to find my perfect toss where it's not too high but not too low. And if it is, I'm willing to ask for help. Moving on to my last artifact, this is my senior essay from my senior year. And I'm relating this to the ideal of so what and connecting it to my overall metaphor through putting the two together. So I'd say for the artifact, I chose the very first page of my senior essay. Looking within the red circle, this is my topic sentence leading into my thesis. I had wrote, in American society, over 40% of Americans are overweight or obese. It is also estimated that by 2030, more than half the American population will be obese. Looking at the second paragraph below it, the topic sentence says, social media has portrayed the problem of unhealthy lifestyles and obesity as something relatively normal, but it's causing more damage to society than this betrayal. As a solution, people have to be willing to break the normal expectancy and seeing unhealthy lifestyles as a dangerous aspect of life. So within these, I'm connecting this to the so what, as it is a cultivation of all of my writing skills and all of my experiences that I've had from 9th grade to my final year of high school. This has led me to develop my skills of using evidence and using different pieces of syntax to create a cohesive piece of material. But I also showed off something that was of my interest while using that evidence. I've been able to pick and choose what had interested me when it comes to sports and being healthy. And now, for putting this all together, this all relates as the skills I have developed have been both my writing skills, my math skills, but also with my footwork. I've been able to find the groundwork for me becoming the person I am today, while also maintaining correct academic and athletic circumstances. And I have gathered my toss where it is the perfect level it has to be. And I have finally put those two together to be able to demonstrate my skill as a player and as a student, while also being able to showcase my overall skills while playing in the game and becoming a team captain. That is all I have for you guys today. Thank you for your time and thank you all for coming. Any questions and or comments?
You spoke about your personal connection to life and connected to your academics, but I want to know how your character growth has developed over these last 4 years of school.
So I can actually answer that pretty easily. Within my very beginning of high school, I was really struggling mentally and physically. I was having to deal with my mother, who is a drug addict and an alcoholic. But I have learned through all those experiences that I can talk to people, and I have actually become a much healthier person mentally. I can go to my grandparents, my sister, my father, and my boyfriend as well for help if I need it. But I've also learned that through those challenges, I can also become physically healthy while maintaining a very positive attitude towards people and welcoming criticism and other comments that are needed.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, this group of seniors is good to go. Yeah, for my color group. You've got 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What finals do you have left?
We haven't done a single final.
Have we? I've done my.
Are you judging next?
Okay,
Okay, so just wait till. Okay. I do miss, I go grab Mr. C, so it's free.
I don't think we have it all. She said we're not gonna. She said she's gonna.
Yes, what she had.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes me feel better. I didn't know Lily, if she needs to
Oh, I didn't even notice.
You didn't.
We're gonna.
I did a couple.
We're gonna get I videoed it, so we'll get it on the little flash drive and,
How you doing?
Good, how are you? Am I in your way?
Good. Glad to hear it.
I don't know.
Thank you. Meow. Got my hair. I missed yours.
She has a
So where would you like this?
You got this.
Let me just look on that hard, but, okay, we have like 3 minutes, so you can check your clicker, go sit back down, you can stand up there for 3 minutes.
We can make one of these guys stay too.
Oh, I got, well, I have Mr.
All my roles
Seaver.
must be right back on the complete that. You're not gonna.
Do you want us to stay? Do you want me to stay? I will if you want me to.
Okay.
You got a big girl. You have to use your voice.
The name we share.
I mean, you're meaningful father at least.
That'd be fantastic with strong, like passive this, but. Okay, all right. Melina's pretty generous. Yeah, well, I'm glad it's over. It's been good that you're not gonna. Yeah, sure. It's not really my wheelhouse, but yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I've been shot before, but yeah. That's okay, I'm very forgettable. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Good, okay.
I woke up late. I woke up 12 hours earlier than what
So
I.
if you do quick eyes, so you put on the queen.
I woke up at 11.
And just, yeah, like, you need to strict, they've been doing this for months and months, they've had practice, they've done presentations already in front of each other, they've revised these, I mean, they really know, like, they know about senior project in like. So.
We don't make you ask me.
Sorry. Oh, good. So, yeah, only one of us gets to ask the questions. Oh, you got it highlighted one. I see it highlighted this there, girl. I thought we all had to listen. We used to, yeah. All we had to. Oh,
It's you this.
okay. Wanna close the door? Who else is supposed to be in here? Natalie, oh, some are in the hall. I don't know why they're getting in here.
She's really good. She's fun.
Deep breath.
Hello everyone, my name is Dylan Caudill, and today I'm going to be sharing with you my high school experience through the process of cooking. So today, I'm going to be showing you my recipe for success. So first up, you have to know the process of cooking before we get in. So first we start with our mise en place, which is where we gather our ingredients, we gather our tools, we get the things ready so we can be successful. Next, we're going to apply the heat, which is where we also use our skills, and we use our tools, and we use the things that we learn in the classroom and apply it into the real world. Finally, we have our plate presentation, which is where we take our final product, we put it onto our plate, and we serve it to the world, which is where we present ourselves as well. So, for my first standard, I'm going to be using my technology artifacts and relating it to the ideal of so what. So, for my first artifact, I'm going to be using my Evaluate Credibility of Online Sources assignment from my 10th grade communications technology class. In this assignment, we were tasked with going through a resource, a website, getting familiar with it, exploring it, and going through a checklist of different questions to evaluate its credibility. Some of the questions that it had us ask or answer were, who wrote the article? When was the article written? Where does the author get their information? And why did the author write this? All these things are super important when evaluating a source's credibility, because we want to make sure that our information is accurate, it's true, and nothing is skewed, especially if we're going to be using it in an argument or in a discussion. For my second artifact, I'm going to be using my Lily.org scavenger hunt, also from the same 10th grade communications class. And in this assignment, it's a similar concept, instead of going through a website we are instead exploring a database. And then similarly, it had us answer a checklist of questions and just look into things like the subject terms. This is important for like when you're researching your like information, you want to make sure that you're using specific keywords that are relating, that are relevant. And then the specific example this assignment had us use was for looking for teen summer jobs, but it taught me the process that I needed to be able to look for any sort of information that I would need. So the specific things that this taught me were searching for specific sources. That is super important for projects like NHD, as well as the senior research essay. Those things really need accurate information, so it's helpful to have those skills. Also checking sources credibility, again, for those same projects, you need to make sure that your information is accurate and it's reliable, as well as thought processes. Those thought processes of thinking through sort of like why the author wrote this, when was it written, establishing those authoritarian like ideas helped me be able to evaluate source credibility, not only in this class, but for future classes and things outside of high school. For my second standard, I'm going to be using my elective artifacts and relating to the ideal of mastery. So for my first artifact, I'm going to be using my risotto reflection from my 9th grade nutrition and foods class. And right off the bat, you can see that the reflection in this is not very long. It's split into 2 parts, and then also the ingredients list is short and brief, and obviously not too specific with using the words a little bit of salt. But for my second artifact, I'm going to be using my history reflection, and right off the bat you can see that the reflection itself is way longer, it is formatted way better, and I used different like details like on my first tries and second tries, what went right, what went wrong, what I would do differently. I did receive a 4 on both of these assignments, again showing that mastery, but also more detail in the ingredients lists and using proper like yields and also percents of prices for the different specific yields. Just more detail overall. Overall relating this more to my theme of plate presentations, or not plate presentations, the applying the skills. Mastery is needed, especially in the kitchen. You need to know what you're doing. You need to know like how you can apply your things. You need to know what you're essentially making. And mastery is super important in this, and I've taken 4 classes related to cooking that helped me be able to show mastery not only in the cooking process itself, but also in the culinary classes that I took. I learned and applied different techniques throughout these classes, and those techniques and things that I learned helped me with other achievements, such as the STEAM Expos, various staff lunches, and the pop-up restaurant. For my third and final standard, I'm going to be using my community service artifacts and relating to the ideal of achievement. And for my first artifact, I'm going to be using my Trapper report cards. And now this Trapper report card is just one that I pulled off the Idaho Fish and Game website because I can't use a real one because that's private information. But the goal of this assignment was to label, fold, and then place in envelopes over 1,800 of these. And that in and of itself was an achievement. But the overall achievement I wanted to focus on was reaching out to Fish and Game by myself and being able to express myself in the real world, just like with plate presentations. You need to be confident in presenting your product into the world, just like what I did here when I was able to reach out to Fish and Game to ask for help and with my community service. For my second artifact, I used my family community service log, and something you may notice in the dates is that they are all ending in 23, with a couple exceptions ending in 22. I procrastinated a lot when it came to these community service hours. I didn't do any in my freshman year or in the beginning semester of my sophomore year. And I did receive the total minimum hours of 80. I ended in 81. But overall, I procrastinated a lot. And this is an achievement of itself, getting the 80 hours in one thing. but also it's an achievement for myself for setting goals, but not really an achievement in time management, which is why for my overall reflection of this, my self-reflection skills were really prominent after my community service. I was able to reflect on what I could do better for something like this in the future with a big project, with spacing myself out instead of cramming it all into the last second. I learned discipline, that I need to discipline myself and like really make sure that I am able to structure my time management a lot. I also learned integrity. I asked for no help at all my freshman year and beginning of sophomore year, and it wasn't until the end of that I realized I need to do something about this, and so I reached out to my parents and family to see what they could help me with, and I ended up getting it done. That is all I have for you today. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation, and I'm willing to answer any questions you have.
Well, Dylan, tell us about your aspirations after high school.
My aspirations after high school? Well, I do want to go into the culinary field. I have plans to go to CSI for both culinary and business. I plan to start my own restaurant at some point in the future, and I feel like my high school journey here has taught me a lot about that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
A few minutes, so you can just. Oh, yes, yeah, the door can be open until it's about, you know.
I don't know why my like completely spaced right. So I shared it with you. Does that do anything?
Yeah, I can get it through that.
I'm sorry.
Here's up in just a second. Thank you. Yeah, you could go back on this one, just get the feel for it. Once you finish this, and then I can put yours up. Okay. You can leave it open. said that to every judge. Sorry, it's just a little quieter in here, so over here. They've had months to practice and prepare and present and review and revise and should have it. Huh? No, sorry. It's clearing it. I would have given you time. You got it. Let's see, when are we supposed to start? Deep breaths. If you find yourself where you're getting to, you can't breathe and you're just I know I just feel like some people get up there and they just keep talking and they're out of breath and I just wanna like take a breath for them. You look good at starting here. Only one of us can ask the question. You have a burning one. Okay. When you're ready.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Natalie Whedon, and I'll be doing my senior presentation on making a delicious plate of Alfredo. So, some things that we're going to be talking about is my first artifacts are going to show how good quality ingredients reflect good quality study habits, and how you can have those study habits, but they might not mix well because they're not set for you. And then your finished plate of Alfredo. So my first artifacts, again, are good quality ingredients. So I'm going to be showing this through my standard of growth mindset and my ideal of so what. So my first one is my senior year, second semester, my stats math test. And as you see, I did not get a good grade. I got a 0.5. This scared me a lot because it's second semester, senior year, but I've always been really good at math. I love math. It's my favorite subject, but stats really did me good this year. It was really not my thing, and it was more English than math in my opinion, because you say one wrong thing in your equation and you get a bad grade, as I got here. This was in fact not a binomial, but I didn't study it, so I didn't know that. Ms. Kennedy set this up good. Every single test she gives us a study guide almost 2 weeks before the test, and it's exactly copy and paste of the test that we are given that day. And I didn't study at all. If I would have studied, I've gotten way better, but as you see, these are not good quality study habits or good quality ingredients, because I did not study nor ask for help from anyone, not even my peers or teachers. I kind of just let it slide by. And then overall, I didn't care before the test because I was like, I'm not good at stats, it's not really gonna matter. But it ended up scaring me a lot because it's senior year and it brought my grade to an F. But this is taking the next test, and we spiraled. So this was a spiral of the same standard, the RS6 binomial and geometric distributions. And I studied a lot for this test. I really wanted to get my grade up. I actually got my grade up back to a B. And just from this one test, from taking that study guide and going through it, and not just doing it the night before, but actually taking a full week to fully study for this test. As you see, I still have like a few mess ups, but that shows growth through my grade still. So again, good quality study habits is like good quality ingredients. As you saw in my first one, they were not good ingredients. They were probably rotten, they were not good. And it would overall affect my outcome, which was that 0.5 grade. But I got, my next one, I got a few good study habits. I started getting better ingredients for my Alfredo. And then it led to a good grade, a good outcome. And then this is connected to growth mindset, because in the beginning I had a very fixed mindset. I did not really care or want to improve, but that grade made me want to have a growth mindset. And so how that connects to so what is that my career I'm going into, I'm going to have a ton of struggles, and I'm going to have a ton of fails at first, and I'm going to have to relearn skills. But like I did in this test, I'm going to be able to take new skills and have those good quality ingredients for my career. So my second artifact is putting the ingredients together, and I'm going to be showing this through my science, and it's going to be shown through mastery. And then this is my science test junior year. I loved my biology class. This was junior year. It was my favorite, probably one of my favorite classes. And I did study for this test, but I still got a 2. And I was really upset. I was studied really hard for like a week, but I realized that my ingredients were not mixing well together. I was studying, but I may have had noise. I may have not been studying where I can memorize information better. All I was studying, but just was not mixing well together. It was more kerneling than mixing well to lead to a good outcome. But then I saw what I was doing wrong and I fixed it. It was a lot of noise where I was studying a lot, and so I fixed that. I did it more quieter, put a little bit more music turned down rather as loud and interrupting. And then I was able to get a 3.5. And I was able to ask my peers and teachers for questions. I had questions for them on how I could improve, and I did. I got a 3.5. And as you see, I'm not a good speller, so kind of did that. But then, this is a great example of when all of my ingredients mixed well, was my science final. We were given a marathon runner, and we were supposed to see like what happened to her doing what. She had like a lot of symptoms, and then a lot of like she was put into a lot of different I don't know what equations. Like it was like a lot that we had to figure out, and it was a lot of fun to me because I love anatomy and I love the body and I love to figure out like what is wrong. So I did a little extra research. I went outside, I found those symptoms, and I was able to put it in to Google and see like what was really going on with her. And I found out because she was drinking way too much water, and her blood sugar was super high due to her insulin not breaking down any of the sugars in her body. And it caused her to go into a coma, and then that is the ultimate reason. That's like a short version of what happened to her. But I also didn't get a 4 because Ms. Gray said that my model could use a little bit more detail, especially with my zoom-in box where we were supposed to draw stuff. My reflection for this is taking the good and quality ingredients and putting it together. I had all those good quality ingredients, but again, it just I wasn't doing it properly. And so it could separate when you're mixing something, especially with a lot of oils. It could separate due to too much heat or something on the lines of that. So again, I had the ingredients, but they weren't mixing well, but then I learned how to mix them. And then my third artifact was my finished outcome, my finished plate of Alfredo. And I'm going to show you that through my community service and making connections. And making connections is in my career. So this is my community service from freshman year. A lot of people don't know this, but I'm a Jehovah's Witness, and we used to go knock on your doors 9 o'clock in the morning, but we couldn't do that anymore due to COVID because freshman year was coming out of COVID. And so we redid it into foot witnessing. So we were calling people at a better time, whereas going door to door due to COVID. And so as you see, I did this every single Saturday in the morning. The dates are some days apart exactly, so this was completed weekly. And I got my total at 26 hours. And then another example, as well as calling, we were also doing letter writing. And I found this on my phone. This is an example of my letters, one of the letters I wrote. And I started out asking a question, as this one says, as we see in the world, there's a lot of crimes, death, wars, pandemics, and food shortages, but what does that Bible have to say about this? And then I would share an encouraging scripture. This one was taken from Revelation 21. And the scripture says, and he, or God, will wipe out every tear from their eyes, and death will be no more, neither will mourning, nor outcry, nor pain anymore, for the former things have passed away. So this is just something I was very passionate about. And then we would end the letter by encouraging them to visit a website called jw.org where they could find more information. And this overall was just very comforting because we were going through a pandemic. And so bringing this to people was very encouraging to me because I was sharing hope. And then how I connect this to my metaphor was that my finished plate is like my career, and I found that through community service. Community service, I found that in order for me to succeed, I have to help others. And then helping others led to my dental career. I was originally going to go to radiology, but that was something you wouldn't be helping a lot of people and I wouldn't be happy with personally, because for my community service, I was super happy with helping other people, giving them a little hope for the future. And so I finished it just like my high school career, and then community service led to my choice in career. The nourishment of Alfredo was a symbol of the time and care it took to get to my career too. So overall, my high school career was a lot like making Alfredo. And then, thank you. Is there any questions that you may have?
Could I ask a question? I love this question here. What is your biggest takeaway from Compass? What has Compass really given you?
Compass has given me, compared to like public schools, we're really close as a society, so knowing that there are good people in the world, but also a lot of our grades rely on communication, is what I found. If I couldn't turn something in due to something, I wouldn't have to worry. So just keep knowing that in my future careers, I'm gonna have to keep that open communication so people know what's happening in my life, but also like that's why I may be doing something. Like if I'm not able to show up at work, or I'm just gonna have to learn how to communicate better. That's what is my biggest takeaway from Compass.
Great. Thank you.
A few minutes, Coles.
Specifically, I'll be connecting the ideal of mastery to the golf grip, the ideal of growth to the golf swing, the ideal of so what to scoring. I believe the so what ideal is the most important because it really, you could have like a perfect grip, you could have a nice swing that you develop over time, but if you don't score well, you're gonna have a really hard time playing the game or improving through school.
my first ideal, I'll be connecting 2 elective artifacts to mastery. This is the equivalent of perfecting golf grip. I chose an essay from Crim junior year for my first artifact. The purpose of this essay was to analyze all the past eras of policing and connect them and contrast them to today's era. This essay required lots of research, quotes, and the ability to write a clear thesis with good transitions. As you can see here, I had many spelling and grammatical errors. I also had 2 long quotes, which I'll read. Dominance of local and regional politics, political machines, engaging in graft and bribery, and federal government, and effectiveness in addressing subtle changes, as well as these intertwined phenomena generated new conflicts and a rising crime in places that were newly teeming with diverse individuals. These quotes I included in my first introduction paragraph. The purpose of this was basically just to fill out the pages, so I would get to the 4-page limit. It wasn't really to put like good quotes in, and I also included spelling issues within the quotes, and this resulted in 2.5. For my second artifact, I chose the final essay from the same class, which was criminology. The purpose of this essay was to research some of the biggest issues of modern policing and contrast them with some of the how they could be fixed. I did the essay on body cams and the relationship between police officers and people of color. As you can see in these first 2 paragraphs, I had no major grammatical errors, and this spanned throughout the whole essay. I also included quotes that weren't in my introduction paragraph. Those of lower socioeconomic origins are statistically more likely to have unpleasant experiences with police enforcement, and police shoot and kill Black Americans at 2.5 times the rate of white Americans, according to a 2016 report. These quotes were concise, short, and impactful, and I didn't just add them to lengthen the essay. I also included a proper works cited, which I had not had in the previous essay, and I got a 4 because of this. Overall, I struggled with grammar, punctuation, formatting, and works cited in my first essay, but through practice, asking for help, research, and homework, I was able to move from what would be a 10-finger grip to an interlock. Going from 2.5 to a 4 shows my ability to master elements of an essay. Just as a first-time golfer would use a 10-finger grip, and a professional golfer would use an interlock. For my second ideal, I'll be taking growth to 2 math artifacts. I'm improved and how one can improve their swing and their golf game over time. As your golf game improves, so does your overall game. Alright, for my first artifact, I used a statistics test from this year. It required me to understand the mean versus median, analyze data and distributions, and correctly construct a box plot. As you can see from question 1, I had a base understanding of what I needed to do. I knew that it skewed to the left with many low outliers, and the only plausible answer was C. The median is resistant to outliers, whereas the mean is not. So I got that question correctly, but that was the only one that I ended up getting correct. And then it showed, I didn't know nearly enough to receive the grade that I wanted, or even the grade that I could get. This problem, I was using numbers that weren't relevant. I used a mean that I didn't need, and S of X wasn't in 5-number summary. I wasn't able to get any of the other questions correct, and that resulted in 2. For my second artifact, there was also another RS1 spiral from this year in stats class, and it was one of our final tests for the semester, and it required many of the same skills, but I did much better on this test. I was able to reflect and properly read a graph, and I did the final question correctly as well. I was able to, the growth of the last test from this helped me receive a 3.5. I knew the basics, but not nearly enough to show a thorough understanding of the material. Using the study guide, receiving help from the teachers, and spending time to actually understand the curriculum helped me grow and improve my grade. Similar to golf, as you swing the club more and put in intentional work, you'll improve. And this is what I was able to do over the course of the unit in statistics. For my last artifact, I connected the ideal of so what to community service. This is the part of the game that really matters, your score and what you've learned. I spent my community service hours on a mission trip with River Valley Church to help support some of the local organizations down in Tijuana, Mexico. For Artifact 1, I spent a majority of my time on a small job site building a house for a less fortunate family. During this time, I learned many construction skills, but more importantly, I realized what is important in life and how blessed I am to live where I do. This first picture is us giving the keys to the house to the family that is getting the house. Just to the left of this picture was their previous house. It was made out of cardboard and tarps and like some plywood with dirt floors. And we were able to build them a house that had 4 rooms, concrete floor, a roof. And then this is us before the job site, before we started building. All we had was a concrete plaque down, and then we had to build everything else. And we did that in about 3 days from we did 3 10-hour days. And then this is our pastor, Tim, putting up For the Glory of God above the door when we just finished, because that was the reason why we were there, was to serve the Lord. And then my second artifact, I spent the rest of my community service hours at a daycare and orphanage. During my time there, I helped build an add-on to the daycare, and I took care of and helped play with some of the kids that were in the orphanage and the daycare. I had many of the same realizations and many of the same skills that I learned at the job site. This first picture was of my sister holding one of the kids at the daycare, and then this second picture was just outside of the daycare. All the roads are hardly paved, and then there's no grass. It's all dirt floors. This third picture is inside the daycare. It's actually really nice in there. It's all funded by organizations from around the world. So these kids are very lucky to have this. Overall, I thought through these experiences, I learned many things that will benefit me in the future, including basic construction skills and the importance of helping others. Seeing how some of the less privileged live changed the way I looked at life. Though a good swing and grip are important, if you can't score well, you're never going to be able to be a good golfer. I'll be able to take the important things from high school and apply them later in life. My high school experience was a time of growth, mastery, learning, and valuable lessons. It shaped who I am today, providing both challenges and important moments that will help me prepare for my next chapter of life. Thank you. Are there any questions?
The question I usually ask is, since I'm a reader, I know everybody is, but what's one book that influenced you in high school?
Just recently I read Their Eyes Are Watching God. It was about a middle-aged woman trying to find love during the early 1900s, and it was kind of made me feel what it's like for other people, be more compassionate, because she went through some hard times, and I also feel like if she could do something like that, then I feel like I could do a lot more.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Instant fail.
Would be about as surprising as you not talking when other people are talking.
I don't talk. What are you talking about? That was not me.
Both of you sitting next to each other.
I didn't talk, I swear.
Good, glad.
Not during the presentation.
Glad to hear it.
We were supposed to. It was Brody.
Talking to himself.
I'm just a baby, babe. Just a baby.
We can start a little early if you want. The girl ready. Okay. Is there anything else coming? Always good to know how it works. Good. Yeah, there's not much. Yeah. Okay. So you guys feel ready? Rest. Deep breath.
Hi everyone, my name is Aubriella Yarabaso. Thank you for joining me this afternoon for my senior project presentation. So the title of my project is From Sketch to Story, which incorporates a summary of my high school career intertwined with my passion for art. So my first standard that I have is my community service, which is also with the ideal of so what, and this represents collecting and preparing my art supplies. So for my first artifact, I have my freshman year community service log. I started kind of just with a bunch of random things, trying to find whatever I could. I did procrastinate, which is why at the very bottom it says 43 when it's supposed to say 20, because I saved it for the very end of the year. And so I didn't really search for a whole lot of things other than what was given to me, like opportunities that were given to me, such as like the church potlucks that we had, or like youth group setups and takedowns, or just like simple things that were already kind of just handed to me. And so I wasn't like super confident in what I was doing either. Like I didn't feel like I was making a huge impact. I felt like I was kind of just like doing things that I normally do. And so my second artifact is the community service log, but from sophomore year. And so for this, I definitely found a lot more variety in the places that I had partaken in, and I found like more of a variety of things that I liked doing, such as like the dog sitting, or like a free Thanksgiving meal that we did for my church. We hosted that year, and so some of the things did stay the same, like church activities, they did stay the same, but there was a lot more variety to it, and it felt more impactful and felt like I was doing it for a reason. And so this is much like collecting art supplies, because the first artifact kind of shows like the things that I was already given, like the supplies I was already given, and like the things that have already been used that like don't have as much as an impact, you could say, to like my art, compared to the newer supplies that I found, like the newer activities that I found. So what? Although many people look at community service as something to just like get over with, for 9th and 10th grade, these acts really helped like shaped my character, and then also reminded me to value good and simple deeds as well as impact in the community in a positive way, and gave me perspective, like specifically the Thanksgiving and homeless shelter activities, gave me a perspective on being thankful for what I have and being able to give to those in need. So my second artifact, or standard, is my senior essay, and that's with the ideal growth, and this is learning my own art style. So my first artifact is from first semester of senior year, and it was a William Blake essay. And so the essay was on innocence and experience poems. So basically the contrast between two poems where one you're losing your innocence and you're gaining, and the opposite of gaining experience. And so we were supposed to evaluate higher level reading and responding to complex ideas, as well as evaluating the author. And I received 3.5s on both writing and language for this. And so she was feedback saying good side-by-side comparison, well written, although there was still room for improvement. And so with this artifact, for the criteria of it, didn't really stick with me. I did a good job on the assignment. I did what I was supposed to. I followed through with the assignment requirements and directions, although I didn't really obtain the knowledge and I didn't feel like I really knew much more than I did before. And so with the second artifact, it is my fast fashion senior essay. So the goal for this assignment was to answer our essential questions and our supporting questions that we created. And so we were supposed to solve a modern day problem through research. And so my modern day issue was fast fashion. I didn't know much about it. Personally, I have always loved fashion. I felt like throughout a good amount of my high school career, I have developed my own fashion sense and being able to like represent who I am. And so I feel like I've come a long way with that. And so it was important to me, and I wanted to know more about like the consequences and impacts that fast fashion has. And so my thesis is the culture of fashion has become accustomed with owning large amounts of cheap disposable apparel, unknowingly contributing to systems that exploit natural resources as well as human rights, which break down many geological and socioeconomic barriers. So yeah, after this essay was completed, I did discover like all of those environmental, labor, and urban consumption issues, and this really did change my perspective and helped me prevent impulse purchases, as well as increase my awareness and heightens my worker empathy, especially because I had this year started my own first resale job, and so using this knowledge like really helped me in my real world experiences. And so with this, the grade that I had received for my senior essay was not as good as the grade that I received for the first essay. So this can also mean that growth is more than just academic. I feel like, yes, I could have made improvements to be able to get a better grade on my senior essay, but I feel like I did grow more than just my academic score. And so, yeah, I found growth through my personal perspective and values. Growth is definitely more than just academics. My knowledge was more valuable than the assignment, and I found my own art style through learning what stays with me rather than focusing on the good grade. So my last standard that I have is history, and this is under the ideal of mastery. And also, for my metaphor, is artwork unfolds when skill meets passion. So my first artifact is my junior year National History Day project. And this year's theme was turning points in history, and I did the O.J. Simpson case. As you can tell, it's not very put together. It was very late, it was missing a lot of information, and there was no theme on the board, and it was just a very overall messy layout. And what sucks is that I really feel like I missed an opportunity with this topic. Like, I almost got so overwhelmed with all of my ideas that it just felt like too much when I started falling behind. And so my second artifact for this is my NHG project for my senior year. And so this was rights and responsibilities, and my topic was the Salem witch trials. And so I had a very, very rocky start with this project. I ended up having to switch topics and partners. And so something that did stay the same though was my passion for injustice. And so when I started to realize that I was falling back into old habits, I switched directions, and I was able to succeed a lot better. And so I received 4s on this assignment, and I also was able to collaborate with new people and being able to find success through creativity. So there was a lot more on the board, like I had the good information on there, I had like different creative aspects with it. And this represents mastery. And so my overall skill development helped me reach the grade I was striving for. Same passion for injustice filled my motivation to do better. I learned how to persevere through harder environments, and my best work came together when my skill development and my passions formed together. So, my lessons from high school. Personal values can develop through serving others, which was what I discovered when I had helped others. I discovered my desire to help others through my community service. Growth can look like valuing knowledge over achievement. My personal growth was sometimes more important than getting a perfect score for an assignment. And passion drives perseverance. Finding your own passion can help develop strong resilience to be successful. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Go ahead.
I'm trying to think of the question, 'cause I know you pretty well, so.
Right, and I don't know anybody, so maybe I'll ask the question.
Go for it.
So with the passions that you have put forth so far, what do you see that translating to in like a future career or aspirations?
Yeah, so I personally feel like passions are like bigger deal to me. I feel like it's kind of hard because I was never like perfect in school. Like I never got like great grades, but I was like, I had a lot of passions that I felt like were more important to me than just like grades. And so with that, I feel like I personally don't have any plans to go to college. I want to take a gap year and then go into cosmetology school after the gap year. And so I think that is definitely like part of my future and going into finding my passion rather than doing the regular like going to college, like having that experience and like, so yeah, definitely stepping out and following my passion to do something different. Thank you.
That's our last one, guys.
I got time.
That's crazy.
Wait, which one? Like, which one? Which one of those do you feel like is easier? Like, I like just like circling five, but then
The checklist is easier for me because it's very like specific, but.
I was like stressing because I'm like, do I have to do both of these rubrics? I don't think I can do it fast enough.
I'm used to using this one, so I've been using this one, but yeah, I do like the idea of the checklist too, though.
It's like, I almost want like a morphing of the two, because I like being able to circle and then see the standard like with it.
Yeah.
My question was like, I have two, versus is it just for preference sake, or?
Yes, the two are for preference, yeah.
And they can both, can we do both? And I just can't do both of them at the same time, and I'm like, oh.
You guys can go, there's no one, that's why I said you're done. Yes, no. Oh, okay, you could look for something.
Was she under?
Oh, sorry, this way. I forgot to ask Ms. Stevens, but, she exactly wanted, so I didn't know.
Am I not allowed to look at this yet?
No?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
If I was under or over.
Well, you were under 30 seconds, but then with questioning, you were right on 10:48, so, yeah.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Bye. See you. Bye.
Is it like the overall time, including questions included into it, or not? In my head, like with, your presentation should be within that time frame.
Yeah.
But then, I don't know, I feel like the question is kind of the grace period, right? Like you could, give or take. So
I forgot
was
to
she,
ask.
was she, or was she not?
She was under time. I mean, technically, because it says presentation fills 10 to 12 minutes, hers did not.
The
And then
questions don't.
fill 1 to 2 minutes. So, her question filled 1 minute, but the presentation didn't.
It was short by 30 seconds.
Yeah. They're supposed to practice this over and over and over.
Yeah.
So there's not wiggle room here, like
They either did it or did not do that. Okay.
Yeah, one of the other students, they said that they were short, 10 seconds.
I was having a hard time identifying her.
I did not get, she was not.
Okay, so she didn't have that, okay.
So,
And then, but I think there were 2 artifacts for each.
Yes, there were 2 artifacts for each.
And then I think the ideal connections were, I wasn't sure about what's the paper
So
for
this
growth or
is-
for making connections. History
Yeah.
was mastery.
Yep.
So what was the community
Service.
service, but I wasn't sure about the paper.
I think she wrote growth. I just forgot, like I normally, because as soon as they mention it, I normally like write it right next to
I know, I have my notes, there's like, I
Yeah.
think it was
Yeah, I
grade
normally list it off, but, yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't very clear.
So my ideal.
Sadly.
So I feel like I can give it that, but then the question answers were fun, and then, okay. So I accidentally like check marked the meeting the strict timeline.
That's okay. Ms. Stevens goes over all this stuff.
I just want my marks to be clear, so I'm like, okay.
I'm gonna turn my phone off of airplane mode and see if my husband called me any times. Even though I told him not to. I said, literally, don't. Oh, look for text messages. Oh, good, that's from Chris.
It's interesting because like, it seems like she's still unclear about what life has in front of her. But I'm just like cosmetology after all of those things, I'm just like, doesn't seem to connect, like not necessarily with the creative part, so it's interesting. They say you had her for art,
I
right?
feel like she could make more connections to all of that with the creativity aspect. And also like the fact that the art was in the slides and there was no connection.
I wasn't
about it at all.
She,
It would have been cool to connect those.
Yeah, that's
like, why did you pick these particular, like, images or artistic pieces, and how are they connected, how are they making that connection to you?
Creativity at the beginning, but did not make connections to any of her artifacts. And then all the images that were on the slides did not. She didn't connect.
I mean, they were fine, but they didn't, they didn't.
It was like, why were they on there? You have to think about it. It's kind of like has to put things on the slides that doesn't actually.
Here's a smiling face. I mean, why?
That's not the point. The images, they need to represent.
Be purposeful.
Especially in these images, they have to be purposeful and connect to other.
I mean, I feel like it was simplistic enough, like it was easy to follow what was up there, but you're right. it was just-
In my mind, I would have wanted to know why they were there.
I didn't think about that until you said, I'm like, yeah, I wonder. So, I mean, I wish she would have included some of her pieces and work, even if it wasn't directly one of like the, artifacts per se, like that would have been more meaningful, like than just other people's work. Unless she had a particular lesson or something that she taught them. So with the reading and writing, is that, it was easier for me to do that because the person who I did before one of their artifacts was on the reading and writing part, so is it, if I'm not able to find a metaphor, that side I'm feeling like I'm okay.
So this one about what? What narratives?
Writing narratives, developing experience.
Like metaphors are because she had no metaphors. So yeah, I guess
So
that's
it makes
circle.
sense, but does not feel significant to the overall.
Well, basically, I think the narrative was the metaphor, so she didn't know, so since that wasn't there.
Like on that one too, or one. I'm just wondering how hard, like, where am I at? Like it's like the second one I've ever done, so I'm
Yeah.
like, okay.
I mean, she takes an average of all of them, so, of all three of ours, so. But also that, I think that can help sometimes knowing it's not like.
Just my,
Yeah.
like, I am determining this child, like.
Making
no.
comments helpful too, so, like I put comments.
Like, I wanted more engagement from the audience, like she was turned basically like to the screen the majority of the time, I didn't feel like particularly engaged by her.
Yeah, I made that comment too. Body was.
I was just saying like.
Needed to be more audience focused. Did they take classes for this? So, yeah, if you see like stuff like that, cause like they know, they've been through all this, they've been prepared, they've.
See the
worked,
examples, they probably.
They have the entire year, they were supposed to know about it the junior year, basically, if actually technically they're supposed to know about it, but.
thank you, that's helpful, cause I'm just like, I don't know, and then, yeah, it's hard to do like.
Even though I love.
I mean, she said sucks. I'm sorry, I didn't know that. I'm just like, professional phrasing sucks lacking at times, but not, it wasn't like throughout, but for some reason that stuck out to me, I was like she said that.
Cause they're genius.
Okay. Whew, I gotta find a cart, take some stuff to my car.
It looks like a new camera system.
Yeah, it does. That's great. They're really fancy. Go through mine. I feel like I started grading hard as I went on.
Like, no. And you start kind of like doing unintentionally, but comparisons of other projects.
Yeah.
I'm just like, well, compared to that one, I'm like, oh, you know.
But I mean, that is kind of, I mean, that's what makes grading, you know, very subjective. We're not robots, we get influenced by all the things. Oh, hi. I feel we didn't reach that time limit, which is weird. I've been judging these for like 8 years now.
I would be the kid that would go overtime. That would be my fault, like, I would say too much, I would talk too much about it.
We did not have any of that.
Just really, like,
surprising.
it's either on it or below it.
Yeah.
Interesting.